is in here?
No.
Yes.
And,
Oh, well.
okay, and YouTube is now live, so whenever you're ready to begin, Chair, we are ready.
Okay. So it is 9 a.m. Today is February 23rd, 2021. This is our regular Board of Supervisors meeting for the County of Lake. And I believe in order to get started, Supervisor Scott has a moment of silence for us.
I do, but there is 10 participants waiting in the waiting room. We may want to empty that.
Okay. Thank you for noticing. Jake, if you can let us know if we're ready to go.
Looks like
Yes, it's clear now.
And it looks like we lost Supervisor Crandall. He's getting readmitted, so let's wait for that. All right, we're all on. Supervisor Scott, please go for it.
Yes, good morning. I would like to dedicate this moment of silence to Ron Purdy. Ron was an amazing person who touched the lives of so many here in the community. I knew Ron from his volunteer work at Lakeport Unified School District. He spent countless hours and many years helping students with their instruments, and also saved parents thousands of dollars fixing those instruments. It was a gem in our community, and he will be sadly missed.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Crandall, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and readjust here. All right, moving on to item number 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Is there any extra items from staff or our board members? Okay, hearing none, I take that as a no. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Is there any items that any board member wishes to pull?
No.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and Jake, open it up to the public. We are on the consent agenda. Is there an item that anyone wishes to pull for further discussion?
I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I will move to approve the consent agenda, items number 5.1 through 5.11.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you can please do a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
excuse me, Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about a minute left. How about we do item 7.5, consideration of the following advisory board appointments. Those usually go pretty quickly. We're looking at the Agriculture Advisory Committee, the Spring Valley CSA number 2 Advisory Board, Lake County IHSS Public Authority Advisory Committee, Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council, and Western Region Town Hall. Is there any comments from the board on any of the applicants that we have before us?
Yes.
Questions?
Some of the Agriculture Advisory Committee applicants weren't added, so I just would like another week to make sure everybody can be presented at the same time.
Okay, so you're asking to table the Ag Advisory one? Okay.
Yes.
Is that, do we have consensus from the board to go ahead and postpone that for the next week? It'll be back on March 2nd.
That's for Ag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about the other boards?
I need mine to have a worth meeting this week, so I can't.
No postponing.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's open it up to the public. Any comments on item 7.5 about the applicants for the advisory boards? Jake, if we can make sure to open up the Zoom room for that.
Yes, here, 1 second.
Thank
I've
you.
sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, looks like we have no public comment on this item. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. I do not believe that there's more applicants than there are positions available. So if anybody wishes to make a motion, go for it.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint qualified applicants to the specified advisory boards. Am I allowed to make that motion just for all of them, or should I?
I would say that that works. Ms. Grant, are we good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion. Looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we could please have roll call.
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Crandall, you now have an extra meeting to go to. All right, let's go ahead and move on back to our 905 item, public comment. This is for any comment not related to any agenda items. If anybody has anything to say to us, please raise your hand, or Jake, open up the Zoom room and let's see if anybody has a public comment. Again, nothing on any agenda items, as we will open up public comment for each item.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and close public input. And let's move on to item 6.2, or 9:06 a.m. item. Consideration of A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. And B, approve agreement for provision of satellite imagery services by Planet Labs to the County of Lake, authorizing the chair to sign. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Patrick Sullivan, our tax administrator, is present, and he's going to tell you about this exciting new program.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Patrick Sullivan, Administrative Office. I can run through this in two parts. As was already mentioned, the first aspect of this agreement with Planet Labs to provide satellite imagery is to waive the formal bidding process. And I wanted to offer some background on what makes their capabilities unique. At this time, Planet Labs is the only vendor that can offer all of the capabilities that are discussed here. What other counties have started doing is using them to do targeted imaging for cannabis-related code enforcement. So you can get a detailed image of your entire county, you can pick certain hotspots you want to look at, and you get a high-resolution satellite image that can be used by code enforcement to better target their enforcement activity and provide real proof and record of what was going on at a site. Right now, the alternative has been to purchase satellite photos from other vendors, which is more like what you see on Google Earth, where often it's several months back. The image may not always be clear. It's not specifically focused on an area of our choosing. We'd be seeking out images that cover this area as a whole. So Planet's offering something unique for us in this way. And this service has already been approved by the state as part of our Prop 64 Public Health and Safety Grant. So several different jurisdictions received funding under this program, and we were one of them. And the state has already authorized the use of funds for this purpose. So what we are proposing in this agreement before the board is essentially a pilot program. This first year, the total cost of the agreement is not to exceed $49,950. It would allow for any combination of targeted imaging that we so choose. There's sufficient capability here, sufficient capacity to do an image of the entire county. So we would have a record of all cultivation that's occurred. We could pick a time during the year. In addition to that, there would be sufficient capacity left over to go and do follow-up targeting of certain areas, or hitting different hotspots of unlawful cultivation or some other purpose related to cannabis. And that's the driving focus behind this program. But I would also point out the license we're going to get from Planet is an internal use license, which is applicable to all county departments. So there may be other county departments that could benefit from the use of this imagery. I already know, for instance, the tax program can benefit from it for cannabis cultivation, because it gives a record there as well of how much was actually cultivated. And it's our understanding there's multiple departments that may ultimately want to use and view this imagery. So there's an added benefit, even though the focus here is on code enforcement for cannabis cultivation. And I think, let's see, those are the highlights of this program. I'm happy to answer any questions that your board may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan, for your presentation. Any questions or comments? I see Supervisor Pyska has one.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that other departments could use this. I was wondering if this would be available to law enforcement as they regulate the illegal cannabis grows.
Yes, it would be available. We should be able to provide access for any department that is interested.
Okay. Any further questions or comments?
What do you think the cost is after this year? Do we have any? I mean, it's a great investment for the work that we need to have done, but do we have any idea what the ongoing cost would be annually?
So that's something that we would potentially want to evaluate after we do the program this year. There are other counties that have put in $100,000 to $200,000 as part of this program. And part of the benefit they received was better pricing. As you expand the program, they were able to access a better price point. So not only do they get a higher financial capacity, they're actually getting better value for every dollar spent. Humboldt, for instance, I believe does 4 to 6 images each year throughout the growing season. They put in about $200,000. But it's also difficult because as you expand this program, you want to be sure you have the capacity in the other departments to make use of it. Planet's model is sort of a use it or lose it basis. So that was part of our concern with doing a pilot program this year and limiting it to under $50,000, because it gives us an opportunity to work through the kinks in this program, find out what the best practices are, and then next year, that would be something to evaluate how much we wanted to do, what kind of benefit we believe we could receive.
Supervisor Crandall, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, so no, I'm looking at this and I'm liking it because a lot of problems with different, and just like Supervisor Pyska said, different illegal grows because folks are actually putting their fences above, and code enforcement or law enforcement can't legally look above those fences. And so with this intact, it gives a solid, evident trail of what's going on behind the fence. So it's promising.
Supervisor Scott?
I definitely agree with that. And I also agree with the fact that for taxing purposes, we'll be able to really determine how much they did grow. If they came back and said, we were approved for this amount, but we only grew half the amount, we'll be able to go back and say, no, you did grow that whole amount without having to use staff time driving there. So I definitely think this is a program that will pay for itself in the long run.
All right. Supervisor Simon, I see that you unmuted.
Yeah, absolutely. I think any technology that we could bring in to help, establish this cannabis industry, both for the legal, for the taxing purposes and the illegal purposes. As we know, the season is already starting. We're getting calls from constituents, at least I am in my district. And anything that we can do to help code enforcement, law enforcement, help bring people into compliance That's the way we drafted our ordinance. We'd like folks in this industry to do the right thing, to come through the planning process, get their licenses, and be a legitimate business in Lake County. So I think this is just another tool, and I'm excited to see how this year goes. I would appreciate if we could get maybe a mid-grow season report or something on some of the photos or something that's been able to be taken, of the county or in an area, at least something, even if it's of a permitted grow on what this looks like and what we're getting for our investments would be greatly appreciated from my standpoint. But I'm in support of bringing us any type of technology like this that would allow for more viewing of our entire county. So thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you, Supervisor. I see this as a benefit, but I think that the benefits to the illegal grows are going to be slow coming until we can enhance our law enforcement capabilities. It takes a lot of paperwork and man hours, people hours, to be able to get all those things done in order to get warrants to go on people's properties to deal with those grows. And at this moment in time, I believe that might not have been last year, might have been 2 years ago. We only did about 40 large illegal grows out of potentially 500. And we need to do a whole lot better than that. And it's about having boots on the ground to be able to do that. So having the satellite imagery is one part, but we need to make sure to get the final portion, which is actually the eradication and the processing of the cases that we get. What I see also is a benefit is, I know when I lived in Humboldt, they were doing this with airplanes before they had access to satellite imagery, and they would do a layover from 1 year to the next to see if any new buildings were built without permits. And the idea of the permit is to ensure that you build something safely so that it doesn't harm your neighbors, doesn't have any negative impact to the surrounding area. And I think that that is something we can absolutely use, because in our fire-prone area, we want to make sure that people are doing things correctly and not just throwing up buildings and making things up as they go. So I think that that is probably going to be the most useful tool for us now, because I think we have the capability to do that. But I sure hope that we can continue working with CDFA. I know Supervisor Crandall and I are having conversations with both federal partners and state partners about illegal grows. And hopefully we can bring something back to the table for us to approve so that we can have some sort of a work program where we're going to enhance the eradication process. One of my questions that I didn't see inside the documentation that we received for Planet Labs, and I appreciate Mr. Sullivan talking to me yesterday, but I didn't have the question yet, is what is our timeline for when we take the picture? Because I think that's going to be very important to ensure that it's not too early and it's not too late. Because too late makes it difficult to really go after people who are doing things wrong. And too early means we may not catch people who are doing things wrong. So what is the timeline for when you think the main satellite image that can be provided with this contract will be taken?
So that element is still under discussion, and I have spoken with CDD about that for exactly the reasons you brought up. It's a little difficult to zero in on what the appropriate time is. We do want to be late enough in the season, or early enough to have time to react and engage in enforcement. But at the same time, we don't want to be so late that people have harvested or we've missed that opportunity. I know the general thought was targeted enforcement. The smaller imagery could be done throughout the growing season, basically as staff time allowed on code enforcement's end when they thought they could get value out of it. But we had not settled on when to do the primary image yet.
And then I know there's a lot of future possibilities, and so I think I agree with Supervisor Simon to get a review of what is this doing for us, how has it helped us, so that we can get a real good idea of how we want to enhance this service, or maybe look for a different service. As you and I discussed yesterday, this is one of the only companies that's offering this type of service, but this is an up and coming service that other agencies are looking to get into as well. So there may be some different opportunities as we move forward. I did have another question. Yeah, I think we also need to bring back what are we doing with those that we find to be in violation? Because it's great if we have an image, and it's great if we don't have, it's not great, but you know, if we don't have the boots on the ground to actually eradicate or do something about it. But at the very least, if we know that there's cannabis that's grown illegally on a property, at the very least, we should be submitting fines to those properties for not going through the right process. There's unfair business practice that we can go after them for, and there's also just breaching the municipal code. And I think that those things need to be reviewed and strengthened because we're not going to get to the mall, but maybe we can use that to at least have some sting versus the complete eradication. So I think we need to review our steps and how it is that we can make a difference in what's out there. I'm making the statement just as me as a board of supervisors, not as the board. We need to shut down as many of these illegal operations that are happening in our county. I've seen some pictures that just sicken me in how it is that we are treating our environment, from absolutely illegal grading, making a mountaintop become a flat ground to farm on. Those are not positive changes that are happening in our community, and it is absolutely going to have long-lasting detrimental effects. We have to do something about this. This is a great step, but I think the conversation needs to continue with what other ancillary items do we need to attach to it to strengthen it. Any further comments or questions before we open it up for the public? All right, Jake, can we please open it up for the public on item 6.2 about the Planet Labs satellite imagery?
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sean Connell, District 4. I just want to speak on the Planet Labs provisions that we're talking about here. One of the things I just want to bring up is that, the board has decided to close down county for interaction with the public, and the planning department is now limiting their ability to receive applications. And so as we sit here and we talk about targeting these illicit and illegal grows, I think that we need to be talking about how do we bring them into the fold, and how do we bring them into the legal marketplace. And if there is no permit process for these people to achieve a legal status, then it's all for naught. And what we're going to end up with is you're going to have people who are making transactions who are unable to obtain a local permit, but could obtain a state permit. And so that's really where my question kind of lies here, is how do we prepare the planning department to receive these notifications of these properties who are illegally growing or illicitly growing, so that they can come into the fold, so that that tax revenue can be captured in Lake County. And that's all I really have here. I've left a comment with the board as well.
Thank you, Mr. Connell. Any further public comment? And just to narrow it down, this is on the Planet Labs agreement that we're looking at right now. Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. And I will just respond real quick to Mr. Connell. We have been talking about the equity program, and choosing to do something illegally versus asking us and working with us on ways to figure out how to get permitted legally is going to be an issue, in my opinion, for bringing people into the fold who are currently doing something illegal, when we obviously have a pathway to legality right now, especially with working with the equity program that will be coming on board soon. So there are actions being taken to help with that. Any further comments or questions from the board before we go ahead and take action?
Well, and just that our planning department is not closed.
Correct, thank you. Let's go ahead. If there's no further conversation, let's take some action.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services, and approve the agreement for provisions of satellite imagery services by Planet Labs to the County of Lake, authorizing the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we could please have a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, thank you very much for that. Okay, moving on to 6.3, we're going to open up a public hearing. It's our 9:15 a.m. item. This is regarding Community Development Block Grant Program, CARES Act Round 2 and 3, presentation and consideration of resolution approving an application for CDBG CARES Act Round 2 and 3, funding and the execution of grant agreement and any amendments for funds in the amount of $738,187 for a small business assistance loan fund program. Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant County Administrative Officer Susan Parker is going to introduce this item, and then Jeff Lucas, our contractor, will report to you.
Good morning, Board. This public hearing involves your consideration of a resolution approving an application for the CDBG CARES Act Round 2 and 3 funding for business assistance. Loans in the amount of, as you stated, Chair, $738,187. Jeff Lucas from Community Development overview of this program and a recent update of, a good update by the way, of previous CDBG business related applications that we submitted last year. Jeff?
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Board. I just want to let you folks know that the county has been approved for the applications in the amount of $500,000 that was submitted last year to set up a business loan program to provide low interest capital to retain jobs. They're also approved for a grant in the amount of $250,000 to provide technical assistance to our micro enterprise, which is very small businesses. That's businesses with 5 or less employees. That's also been recently approved. It takes the state a little while to get through this process. We have also submitted more recently through the board approval process an application in the amount of $202,859, which is going through the approval process. We anticipate getting a letter of approval for that in a couple weeks. That was for the CDBG CV1 fund. And today we're requesting the board approve an application in the amount of $738,187, which is a combination of CDBG CV2 and 3 funding allocations to provide low interest loans to local businesses, forgivable loans for job retention. I just want to make sure that the board understands that these loans are not a giveaway program. We have a requirements with the CDBG program where we use the 5 C's of lending. We try to be as thorough as possible with these loans. The intention is to help our businesses, but at the same time, these are public funds, and the rules are pretty extensive on how we perform the underwriting to make sure that we retain jobs and we select and provide assistance to businesses that are going to stay here in Lake County and overall help our economy. It's just important for me to communicate to you that while we want to help businesses, we need to do so in a way that's reasonable and we're following the rules on underwriting. Sorry, Susan, I had to get that in. If you'd like me to go through the PowerPoint, I can do that.
Please.
Is that acceptable at this time?
Yes, please. Let's go ahead and do the PowerPoint. I think it's good for us and the public to be able to see.
Okay.
Just make sure he's enabled to share screen if he is not already. Can you do that? Thank you.
Where's the PowerPoint?
Yeah, thumbs up.
I can pull it up and share the screen, but where is it?
It's in, I'm sorry, we didn't have it ready. It's my fault, Susan and Carol.
Susan, you have it handy? Can you do a share screen?
I'm on my lap. I can't.
Give me just a moment and I'll pull it out.
It's under Lake County.
Just one moment.
We'll pull it up in 1 second. 2 and 3. PowerPoint.
Okay, so now we'll go here. And I don't know how do we do the share screen?
We had a little problem with my machine this morning. I apologize for the delay.
So I've got it here, Mr. Chair, and there you go. Okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Tell me when you want me to change pages, Jeff.
okay. So the first slide is an introduction. We can skip the first slide and go to this number 2, which is CDBG CARES Act Notice of Funding Availability. CDBG, CV2 and 3 funds are separate from the annual CDBG application cycle. This is new money that's been made available to us through the federal government and then through the state of California. There's 738,187 available for Lake County. We looked at various applications uses for this fund and determined that the best use would be to provide low interest loans to businesses to help them retain jobs and weather the impacts of the CV-19 that we're all going through for the past year. The application requires that we use by resolution, and these new applications are online through what's called the eCiva software program. It's a little bit different than the way we're doing it in the past. I want to make sure that we communicate to you that the programs and projects must meet CDBG purpose and mitigate impacts of the COVID-19 on our economy. The next slide, called the 3 national objectives, is the 3 national objectives are principally benefit low-income households, housing, or persons. That's where and the way we do that with the business loan program is that when positions are retained or created using these loan funds, that the individuals that fill those jobs come from low to moderate household, and that way we're in making sure that folks who meet that criteria receive benefit from these public funds.
Are you guys still there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can see everything.
I get going. I had too much coffee this morning. Bruno got me going early.
To make sure.
So then we have the second item is to mitigate slums and blight. This is very difficult to use, but it is a possibility. And in Lake County, I'm hoping in the future we can revisit that, because there are areas in Lake County that we could, with some homework, utilize these funds in the future for economic development purposes and also the mitigation of blighted areas. Finally, then HCD and CDBG allows us to use these funds to meet an urgent need. However, on paper, they say they will allow that, but it is very difficult to utilize those funds in spite of the fact that we've got fire disasters in the past. We have been able to use the funds for that on occasion, but it's tough. What HCD and CDBG want us to do is use these funds primarily to assist folks in the low to moderate household incomes level. The next slide is for eligible activities. And this is to give the board an idea of what these funds can be used for the future. And the reason why it's important is that the annual cycle notice has come out from HCD, and in the near future, about 2 months from now, the county will be eligible to apply for up to $1.5 million in additional CDBG funds for activities that meet the 3 criteria, one of the 3 criteria we just discussed. And those projects can include housing rehabilitation, housing acquisition, public improvements, public facilities, and public services. And then there's also economic development, which is the Microenterprise Assistance Program, which we've recently been approved for, and the Business Assistance Program, which is business loans. Finally, the final slide is slide number 5 on economic development. And we are recommending that the board apply for the CDBG CARES Act Fund 2 and 3 cycle at $738,187. for a small business assistance revolving loan fund. It's primarily to retain jobs, but we're hoping as we come out of this COVID situation, we'll be able to create jobs as well. So the program can be designed and has been designed to retain jobs as well as create jobs. This amount would be combined with the CDBG's business loan program that was recently approved in the amount of $500,000, as well as the CB1 funding in the amount of $202,859. Those programs are all designed so that we follow the underwriting criteria of CDBG programs, and there's not much variance in the application. And by that I mean we don't have all these different programs. It'll be one program, and we'll be using CDBG funds from CD1, CB2 and 3, and then the annual cycle. So the total amount that the county would have available for programs and administration would be $1,441,046.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. Anything further, Ms. Hutchinson, before we bring it back to the board?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Lucas. Can you tell us how many small businesses have taken advantage of the previous loan packages and how far that's been drawn down?
Well, we haven't even gotten those programs on the streets yet, Supervisor Pyska, because while we applied last year and we got approval recently, we don't have the standard agreements in place yet, and we can't really get the program operating until the state provides the county with the standard agreement, the agreement between the two entities, so that we can move forward. Believe me, we're talking to them every day, trying to expedite accessing that. So the answer is we haven't implemented the program yet. So, we'd love to.
Great. So what will the terms of the loans be, and what is the pathway to forgiveness?
The pathway to forgiveness for this program would be for businesses that retain jobs for a 2-year period in this case. Then at the end of that 2-year period, the remaining principal can be forgiven. In some cases, some jurisdictions have used a 3-month timeline for job retention, but our intent with these funds is to help businesses, but at the same time, make sure that the use of public funds goes to a good purpose, which is job retention. If after 2 years, which by then we hope the COVID situation has been resolved, then the remaining balance can be forgiven. The terms will be variable depending on what is being used, what the funds are being used for. For example, if it's equipment, that's usually a 5-year term. If you're using working capital, that could be 5 to 7. So there's a variation on that, but usually it's between 5 and 7 years. A little bit longer if we're doing improvements to property. On the rate would be from 1 to 3%. In some cases, the loan committee may decide to reduce the rate even further, and they have the discretion to do that.
So this is a revolving loan fund, and so you answered my question because the loans haven't been begun to be activated, but this will build up over time with the interest that's earned, creating a permanent revolving loan fund structure for our county?
That is the intention of it. Not all the loans will go for business retention. Some of them we're hoping will go for job creation, because even though we have a number of businesses that need the funds and for retention purposes, we're also seeing businesses that are expanding. So we wanted to have the flexibility, and those are the ones, if they create a job, there will be a repayment for the entire term of the loan. That is the standard CDBG loan program, and that will help us generate a long-term revolving loan fund.
And I know you do offer technical assistance under some other programs and funding sources. And are a lot of small businesses taking advantage of that technical assistance during this time?
Yes, they are. Yes, And we work in close cooperation with the Economic Development Corporation. I think you folks know that. And so we have cross referrals. We're also what's called an affiliate of the Northern California SBDC Finance Center. And so they can supplement some of the technical assistance activities that we do. And then we work with the Economic Development Finance Corporation out of Mendocino County to share the load relative to loans. For example, we have a loan that we're working on now that will create jobs over the next year and a half. And it's a local business. They've been here about 20 years. And we're going to do about 100. And what we're hoping is the county can participate at $70,000. The EDC can participate at $113,000. And then the EDFC will participate at about $200,000. So we'll all have a piece of the total deal, and we're helping each entity kind of share the risk as well as the benefit of helping that business.
So you're in pretty close contact with a lot of our business owners. Can you just share how they're feeling, what the morale is right now during this time, and kind of, you know, they've been pretty beat up this last year, but how you know, what's the temperature now?
You know, that's kind of all over the board. I mean, we're fatigued just from, you know, trying to do what we do. But most of the businesses remain optimistic, and they're committed to continuing. I know some folks have failed. Some folks have moved on, literally moved from the area. But I think most of our businesses are sticking with it and continuing, and it's peculiar. Some are not doing well, and we're continuing to work with them, and they're not giving up. But others are actually doing better than they were before. So we have this mixed situation going on. But it's been tough overall.
Well, it has been a difficult year, and your office has been working tirelessly to support the businesses. So I'm really thankful for that work and thankful for this report too. I'm looking forward to this program.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Supervisor Scott?
Definitely appreciative of bringing this program to us. Just to get a better understanding of the loans, is there going to be a minimum or maximum? And then is it first come, first serve?
In the first question, yes, the minimum is $35,000. The maximum is set at I think 105. But the committee will have, if we see an application that's for more, like 140 or something, and it's a solid deal and it makes sense and it's gonna create jobs, retain jobs, then we'll bring it to the committee. They have the discretion to do more. So we do have a set policy, but we have some discretion on that amount. In doing smaller loans, there are other programs available when you get down below $35,000, given all the due diligence you need to do with this program. It doesn't make much sense to go below $35,000 because it takes a lot of time and effort to do these particular loans. And then as far as, what was your second question? I'm sorry.
Is it first come, first serve, or is the committee going to be putting them in an order?
Well, I think it's going to be first come, first serve, and we are going to, once we know and we get the commitment from the state in writing and we have our standard agreement in place, we're going to work with the county and with the EDC and the SBDC, our network, and the business organizations, and obviously the chamber, to get the word out. And I think typically when we do that with these programs, you do get a rush, and then when you apply the requirements of the program, it kind of weeds out those that you can't help, and then you end up with those you can. So we don't have a prioritized by business type.
Thank you. That was all my questions.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Crandall, did you have a question?
That she asked the question, I was going to ask, he answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Simon?
I just think, another positive program. I will be happy when we get that agreement with the state, though, so we can start administering, you know, the other loans that we were talking about that need to go out. But other than that, anything that we can do to help support our local businesses as they're, you know, trying to make it through this pandemic is very important. So thank you very much for what you guys are doing, and I think this is a positive step forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I do have a couple of questions and comments. One of my questions is, it's already taken a while in order to get the initial loans out to begin with from the previous program. What is the timeline to get this money into our businesses' hands for this specific round 2 and 3 CDBG loan? Do you have an idea of what the timeline might be between getting applications and actually providing capital?
So if we're talking about getting the standard agreements and making the arrangements between the county and the state, there has been an issue and a problem, a bottleneck with that process at the state level. And many jurisdictions are having the same problem. It's been 6 months since the approval time and we still don't have an agreement for the first application for $500,000. Noticed that we've been approved for the more recent CV1 application for about the $200,000. They've told us that in a month we should have a standard agreement, but that'll be great if that happens. For this application here, they are saying it'll be about maybe a 3-month turnaround time to the point where we'll be able to implement. If that's the case, that'll be great. The one thing that I'm hoping, if we have any further delays in this, that the board would consider reaching out to HCD or through staff, whatever the appropriate way is. This is kind of a little bit above my pay grade, but I think letting HCD know that we have a need here and we need to move forward would be helpful. But that would be, of course, the decision of you know, county staff and the board. We've been working with the California Association for Local Economic Development as a member of that organization to work in a friendly way towards getting these documents we need to implement. But it's there's a bottleneck there.
And from what I understand, because you say we've been approved for these funds, they're not going to get denied to us. It's a matter of time to get those funds, correct?
Correct.
So I'm wondering if maybe we need to bring back another agenda item to discuss if there's a possibility of the county being able to front some of this money and then getting paid back. Because to me, waiting 3 months minimum and then maybe waiting 6 months or who knows how much longer for the state to get their ducks in a row, that doesn't help our businesses that might be hurting today. And so I don't know if that's a conversation that the board wants to have at a later time. Obviously, we can't have that now, but that timeline, it's a coronavirus aid and relief fund. And it sucks to look at somebody who's in harm's way to say relief is coming, give me about 3 months, and it might be longer. So if there's any way that we can shorten that timeline, it would seem that really truly would be a relief fund. On the other side, just to move on, I don't know how comfortable I am that this is used for job creation versus relief, since this is a relief fund. And if they're creating jobs, that means those businesses are doing well. And at the same time, I had a conversation with you earlier today where the businesses that are hurting, and I'm sorry if I'm doom and gloom, but with all the variants coming out for COVID-19 and with the expected percentage rate of people getting vaccinated, the status of what we're dealing with our businesses is not necessarily going to go away anytime soon. I think outdoor dining is going to be something that's much more embraced than before for all restaurants. If you're a new restaurant, you're probably going to have to think about having an outdoor section rather than just only an indoor section, things like that. And so we want to make sure that we're helping people who have a plan on how to deal with that in the years to come, not just a plan to return back to where they started, because things may never go back to where we started. But I also feel uncomfortable with job creation because that's helping those that are doing well, and there are definitely some that are doing very well right now versus some that are hurting. So it's kind of that balance. Do we help those who are willing to change and fit within the new norms of what tomorrow may ask us of? Or do we help those who are making it really well and can be that much more successful? And seeing the title of it and how it's a relief fund, I'm slightly uncomfortable with this idea of loans to create jobs, which we want to create jobs, but that might not be the right loan. That might be seen as a pretty harsh thing for somebody who's hurting right now, to see someone else who's doing well and wants to create jobs getting those funds rather than those that are getting hurt by the status that we've been in the last year or so, especially in the last few months where it's been a little bit harder on many. So I'm kind of conflicted on the usages of this, and I'd like to see if maybe it could be a little bit more narrowed down rather than so broad where it almost seems like it's just your standard small business loan versus an actual COVID relief loan.
Okay, the priority, the language in the narrative where we discuss the criteria is for job retention purposes, and we can strengthen that language. Our thinking during the preparation of the application was to provide us with the county with some flexibility, so that if there was a business that needed this gap financing and was unable to get it through a bank, or was unable to get it at the rate and term that would allow them to move forward with the business development, that we could provide some financing for that business. If you know, you folks determine that this should just be for job retention, we can modify the application that way. I just want to make sure you folks understand that the priority is for job retention, but we wrote it up so that we would have a little flexibility in case there was a need for some job creation loans. So, and we can modify the application. It has not been submitted, and that's what, you know, this interaction right now is all about.
Okay, thank you so much. And so now I'm looking at the board, and I would love for us to have a huge focus on job retention. As we know, COVID-19 has had a major impact, and I'm looking to heal that impact and not help those who have not been as impacted. And also looking for, I think it's important that, let's be real, if you are hurt and you're in an industry where others in your industry are doing well, but you're not, I think there needs to be a plan on how to be more flexible in dealing with these situations that is also submitted, rather than just, again, trying to go back to your previous normal. So I think that some sort of business plan of how to move forward into the future to ensure success, and also more focus on job retention. One or the other or none, but those are my two options that I would like to see a little bit more strengthened and highlighted, and looking at the board to see how they feel about that. Supervisor Pyska?
Is the first loan package that's been approved and we're waiting, I think that's 500,000. Does that also have a pathway for forgiveness?
Yes.
And is that based on retention? Or?
Job retention. With the priority is job retention, but also we have language in that first one that allows for job creation, but the priority is job retention. They're all written at this stage pretty much the same. Those two that have been submitted were prioritization for job retention, with some flexibility for job creation if it met the criteria of the program. And the program is also if a business can get a bank loan then we don't use this program. That's one of the criteria. They have to have been turned down. So, and in some cases, it's not only access to capital, it's the cost of capital, and then the collateral arrangements that prohibit a business from accessing loan funds in the conventional sense. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. The program is designed to provide first funds for job retention and secondarily funds for job creation. This third application for funds, we can modify it to however the board wants us to do it.
So in your conversations with the business owners, and as Supervisor Spatier pointed out, some businesses are really, really hurting. Are there businesses that wouldn't qualify for these loan packages, in your opinion?
Are there businesses that would not?
Would not qualify. Do we need to make a modification so that we could provide these loans to anybody that pretty much needed them?
We've made the program as flexible as we can, we believe, based on the Community Development Block Grant underwriting criteria. So I can't, we can't stretch it any further than we have. I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
You did.
I think you did, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Some folks will not be eligible for this, but we're hoping a majority will. And if they're not, we don't just turn them away. We work with them to help them get eligible if we can. It's a two-way street. And that's where, working with the Finance Center and working with the county's microenterprise program, technical assistance, that's why we applied for that, to help these smaller folks get business ready. Some of them we won't be able to help with this program.
Well, you and I have worked together on a different loan program, and I've really seen how you can support the businesses. You'll say, this business isn't ready for the loan yet, but we're going to get them there. We're going to work with them for a few months. I'm bringing in all these resources, technical assistance to get them to where they will qualify for a loan.
That's what we try to do, but I don't mean to sound negative. It's just that some businesses we're just not going to be able to assist. We're going to try. We want to, but we have to follow the rules too. Public funds. I know you know this, but it's a bit of a balancing act.
Thank you, Supervisor Pyska. Supervisor Crandall, I think I saw you with your hand.
Yes, Jeff, I just had a question. When you speak of loans, are you talking about PPP and EIDL or just any type of bank loan?
Well, we do a lot of work with the PPP and EIDL programs, and they have their own criteria and purposes. And so when I'm talking about loans, I wasn't referencing those loan programs. I was thinking in terms of the conventional lending with our banks, Umpqua and the other banks that we work with. And when they get, they're often turned down, and then we have to work with the business. So we try to help them get up to speed, provide technical assistance, help them understand. It's usually all about cash flow. It's the business plan and cash flow, and tracking and understanding your cash flow. That's really where a lot of our work is, helping businesses, wouldn't you say, Deb?
Yes.
So I was thinking in terms of conventional loans.
Conventional. Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure so that people listening would understand as well that was what you were talking about. So
the other thing, because the CDBG program has strict criteria. If a business has received a PPP loan, for example, and they've applied it to something, the county with this fund can't step in and use these funds for that same purpose. We have to make sure that we've tracked the use of funds from other sources so that these funds aren't utilized for the same thing. It's called a duplication of benefit. I just wrote the stuff we have to look at for that. So we have to keep our eye out on that too. This program, well, it's designed in this case to help businesses and retain jobs primarily. We still have to follow the program criteria.
All right. Thank you, Jeff, Chairman. You know, from my point of view, obviously with the presentation provided, Jeff, you know, job retention and, you know, the job growth opportunities or job creation, I think should be a double part of it. Number one, we want to help those worst affected, but also the folks that have an opportunity to just continue growing or maintaining their business, you know, is very important. So I think the way it's presented and the way you presented it, I'm in favor of both those options. As you said, it would be during the interview process or the application process to determine, you know, what's the best benefit. And a job, you know, obviously retaining jobs, very important, but also growing jobs and job growth is very important to our industry, you know, our business industry in Lake County also. So I'm in favor of both of those the way it's written. I think the one thing I want to focus on is obviously the master agreement or the agreement that you had talked about that we haven't got from the state. And I know Chairman Sabatier talked about bringing it back, but in this conversation, I'd really like an opportunity where, Jeff, maybe you could work with the chair and we could reach out to whoever we need to do and start making those phone calls now and potentially later on a letter from the board or something saying how important this is. Because as it said, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, that's just too long. One thing I couldn't be any more proud of is the program that was ran through the CARES Act where the funds, the 1.3 million got out to the businesses, it got completed, and that made a huge impact. So I would really like to focus on getting that pressure, start making those phone calls to HCD or whoever needs to do that. And if the chair would commit to do that, I think that would be great to start that out now. And then if we need to come back with a letter or something from the board level, just to let the state know how important this is to our business industries here in Lake County that we get these programs going and started. It's great that we approve them, but if they're not hitting the street, we're not getting the benefit of it. So that's really my focus for today's conversation. It's great. I'm all in favor of what we're doing, but we've got to get the program started.
Okay. Supervisor Scott?
I definitely agree with you, Supervisor Simon and Supervisor Sabatier. We need to get this money to our businesses. And I'm also in agreement with Supervisor Sabatier of can we look somewhere to be able to front this money knowing it will be guaranteed. So I would like to see that brought back so we can get this money to where it needs to be.
If I may offer a suggestion, I like Supervisor Simon's suggestion of at least trying to have the conversation with the state to get the wheels moving a little bit faster. And then if the wheels don't move faster, then at that point we can come back to the board, whether that's a letter or a conversation of how do we find the funds and then replenish those funds. That could be a later conversation. So I will work with Ms. Hutchinson and Mr. Lucas to see what we can do on our end to get the state moving a little faster, and then we'll see about coming back to the board if that's necessary, if the money is not coming. If that's okay with the rest of the board, that's the direction
yes.
we'll take. Okay. And I know that Supervisor Simon had said that he liked the agreement as is, and I was looking for a slight change. I just looking for the board. Do you want to keep going with the agreement as is? Are we looking at a change? Just looking to finish up that conversation as well.
I'm okay with how it is right now. I think there's enough flexibility in the agreement, in the plan to make it fit the needs that we need met.
Okay.
I also agree as is.
Okay, perfect. And if there's no further comment from the board, we will open it up to the public. Again, we're on item 6.5, or sorry, yeah, 6.5 for the, no, where am I? 6.3, went a little further. We're on 6.3, talking about the CDBG CARES Act round 2 and 3 for business loan programs to help for those impacted by the coronavirus. Jake, if we can open up the Zoom room, please.
All right, I've sent a unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Oh, that's my cue that we have no comment from the public. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for either further conversation or it is a resolution that would need to be offered.
Mr. Chair, I'll offer the resolution.
Okay, resolution has been offered. Johanna, if you could please do a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. Thank you very much to the admin office for working on this as well, and do appreciate the conversation that we just had. And I will be meeting with Ms. Hutchinson and Mr. Lucas and getting back to you about what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next item is our 6.4 item, 9:45 a.m. Consideration of update on COVID-19, and I see Dr. Pace is here with us. Good morning, Dr. Pace.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, supervisors. Here today to give the COVID update. So we have now in the country nationwide passed 500,000 people dying from COVID, which is a pretty remarkable number of people that have passed away. And so, you know, we want to send out some appreciation and condolences to the families who have lost folks during the last year. It's been it's been just about a year now that we first started being aware of this. And, you know, that's a lot of our neighbors and family members to have lost. So in Lake County now, we're continuing to see improvement. The vaccine situation is going to be the main thing I focus on today. We had shipment problems last week because of the weather around the country. The shipments did come in yesterday, so now we have a bunch of vaccine that we're preparing to get out, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Sarah is not available today to come and give the epidemiologic report, but I will give a brief overview of the slides. So Carol, if you can share those slides, that would be great. Thank you. So next one, please. So this again is the California graphics, and on the left side are the testing. So the testing numbers have gone down, but they're still quite high, really, just in terms of the validity of the testing. And on the right side is the test positivity. We're now at 3.3% statewide. So this is the state testing positivity. And we were at something around 15% just a little over a month ago. So we're, 4 to 5 times down from where we were before, which is very reassuring. So next slide. The left side is the positive cases in California, again, dropping down. We are actually now down below the peak in end of July, early August, which was bad at that time. But now, we see what bad can really look like. But we're continuing to go downward. On the right side is the hospitalizations, again, continuing to drop. Next slide, please. And then the ICU on the left, and then the death on the right. The death rate is starting to drop now. We've had 230 new deaths daily in California, but they're continuing to drop as you would expect with the case rates dropping. Next slide, please. So this is Lake County. We've had, so you can see that we had that peak about a little over a month ago, and then we sort of stabilized at a plateau the last couple of weeks, and now it looks like we're dropping down a little bit further. So things are going in the right direction. We've had now a total of 40 deaths in the county from COVID. Next slide, please. This is the daily case rate now is at 15 per 100,000, under 25 per 100,000. The kindergarten and K through 12 can open. And we are now, the testing positivity is at 6%, which is in the red tier. The 15 case rate is still in the purple tier. We need to get, there was something like 60 to 70 cases in the, on the chart there, and we need to be below 42 to get to be able to get in the red tier, and we need to stay there for 2 weeks. Next slide, please. So this is the vaccine update. So we're not a whole lot better than we were when I reported last week, because basically we had to stop the first doses last week because we just didn't have any vaccine. By the end of Friday afternoon, we had pretty much run out of vaccine, so we had to cancel all the first doses because we just did not receive any of the shipments last time. Now we're starting to get the shipments in again, and they're actually shipping what should have come last week plus this week. So now we have a double amount. So 8,200 residents have received 1 dose. That's 16% of the adult population. 2,600 have received the second dose. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. Okay. So those are the slides. That's the update now. And so I just want to point out the case rate and the positivity rate continue to improve. The case rate still has us in the purple tier. We have a ways to go yet, but it's continue to go in the right direction. The issues with the variant, you'll keep hearing about this. The most important one, so the London variant or the UK variant, which is the B117, is starting to be seen around California and around the country. That's one's concerning because it does seem to be more contagious and more dangerous. We have not been aware of any of those of that variant up in our area. Now there's one called the California variant or the West Coast variant. It's the B1427 or 1429, and that is spreading throughout California. In the Bay Area recently, they think that about 50% of the ones that they did genomic testing on had that variant in there. We don't know for sure what's going on with that one, but it seems to have similar activity to these other ones that we're watching around the world. It's probably going to turn out to be more contagious, so which means that it will spread more easily. So the measures we've been taking before might not be as effective if we use them as they were before. So masking, social distancing, and all that. So it probably means taking extra precautions is a good idea as this spreads more and more around. We're not sure what the vaccine activity is against this variant. So we're just, more to be revealed. The state is testing more and more of the positive tests for the variants, and we're starting to see that this one does seem to be spreading pretty clearly. I only have data on 1 week in early January on this, and that was a quarter of the samples done in Lake County were positive for that variant. So the vaccine is the big thing to talk about today, and we still have the Moderna. We're getting more of the Pfizer coming in now, and another emergency use authorization is coming out on Friday for the Johnson & Johnson, and presumably they're going to go ahead and approve that one as well. So that will add a third vaccine to the arsenal. Supposedly they have supplies ready to ship, and they'll be coming out in the near future. So again, the shipments were blocked last week because of the weather, so we didn't get any new vaccine, and we basically used up everything we had left over to get the second doses of people that had already gotten their first dose. So we continued with those. That there didn't really wasn't a significant break in the second doses, but we did have to pause the first doses. So now we're resuming the clinics tomorrow. We finally got it yesterday afternoon, so we kind of had to wait till we had it in hand before we could start making the appointments, because we don't want to make 400 appointments for people and then have to call and cancel them when the shipment doesn't make it. So we got it. We're gonna basically, normally our schedule is Monday and Tuesdays in Lakeport and Thursdays and Fridays in Clear Lake. Because of this scrambling around, we're going to do Wednesday and Thursday this week in Lakeport and Friday in Clear Lake. We're able to, there's more room at the Lakeport site, so we're going to go ahead and we can ramp that one up a little bit higher in terms of numbers. So then next week we'll go back to the normal scheduling of that. So we will be increasing the numbers of first doses this week that we're giving. So we're going to try to expand the site now because we do have more vaccine. And we're also going to share with some of our partners so that they can do it. So Safeway is going to get some, North Lake Pharmacy, Sutter's going to get some, and the Lakeview Clinic's going to get some. So we're kind of redistributing it around the county so that other folks can provide it. They have to be signed up a certain way with the state and the feds to be able to do this, but those folks have all gone through that process. And Adventist is getting some in through their own corporate structure. The drive-through is working really well. It seems to be good. Luckily, the weather's improving for us, and so overall, I think that's going to be the model moving forward. So there's some changes going on with the whole vaccine project. The state now is going to, you may have been reading about it in the news, but the state is going to put Blue Shield in charge of the vaccine rollout. And this is kind of a big deal, and we're not even exactly sure what all it means for us. They're basically, it's a big corporate structure that's used to a lot of managing a lot of data and a lot of patients is going to take it over. I think what that's going to mean is it's going to be a little harder for us on the local level to be flexible and provide for specific needs in Lake County, but we're not really sure yet. When we sat down and met with them last week, I know Supervisor Sabatier is meeting with CSAC, and you know, there's a lot of kind of engagement with the state around this, and they nod their heads and say they're paying attention and they're very concerned and everything, but I'm a little bit worried that they're not going to deliver on that as it comes. But we're doing what we can to advocate and kind of push for the needs of our community. The My Turn appointment scheduling platform, we tried it last week and there were a bunch of problems with it, so we closed it back down, but we are going to have to use it here in the next week or so. We've expressed our concerns about the problems. The main one was that they were allowing, they wouldn't screen out people from out of county from getting in to make appointments. So we're in the situation where we were only get a limited amount of vaccine because we're a small county, yet they were letting people come in from out of county to get the vaccine. And what was happening was they couldn't get appointments down in the Bay Area, so they just kept going to where they could find the closest appointment, and it was Lake County. So we had to turn away a bunch of people last Tuesday, and it was a pretty unpleasant situation for everybody involved. And I really appreciate the staff and the probation folks and everybody who was stepping up to do that, because, you know, it's really important, if we can, to try to reserve this for the folks, the vulnerable folks in our county that need it. So whether we're going to be able to continue doing that or not, it looks to me like the state is probably just going to open the doors and let anybody go anywhere. But this is, again, part of the discussion we're trying to have, and I just kind of wanted to give people a heads up that that's going on. The eligibility is another question. So currently what we're doing is focusing on the elders. All the folks in the 1A, the healthcare providers and the nursing home folks and everything have been done or have been offered it anyhow. But now we're focusing on the elders, and the teachers have been done for K through 12 as well. We're trying to incorporate in the farm workers so that we can start getting those folks vaccinated now before the season starts and before the new influx of workers comes in out of area. We're going to set up a new option for that on Fridays. Farm workers that need to get, that want to get appointments can call over to Lake County Office of Education. This is Angela, and let's see where the phone number is here. Okay, here it is. So Angela and her team will be, they're bilingual. They will be taking in folks that want to get appointments. Either they could drop by or call in, and the number is 262-4162. There's a couple other numbers, 4153, 4159. So it's 262-4162, 4153, and 4159. They'll call in on Friday, and they'll go ahead and register them online and for some of the clinics in the coming week. So this is part of how we're going to try to do this. I'm not sure what's going to happen when the state takes over the whole thing. They may just open it up much more broadly, and we're not going to be able to target the more vulnerable groups, but we'll see how that plays out. That's still kind of a conversation that's going on. We've been considering mobile sites, but because of all this shipment issues and setting up the drive-through site, we just don't have the staff to do it right this second. But we're going to try to bring the farm workers into the stand-up testing sites. The ethics committee, which is a part of how we're trying to help prioritize this locally, has met now a couple times. And the way that meeting goes is they get data presented to them from Sarah around the ethnicity and the different kind of issues about who are the people that are highest risk. And then they're also receiving input from the public about what the public's concerns are, and then they're kind of discussing this, and then they give recommendations. So I wanted to just read the recommendations that they gave at the last meeting. So they're focusing on persons most at risk of death. That's the idea, to focus on that in terms of giving the vaccine. Continue to prioritize the vaccine to 65 and older, and the ag workers, with an emphasis on outreach and addressing logistical details impacting these populations. So that's what we're doing with Lake County Office of Education. Continue to offer vaccine to new persons at the homeless shelter. So we'll be working on that. And then for this week, hold off on vaccine to food service workers pending expanded efforts to vaccinate the above priority groups. And they say the committee readily acknowledges that the situation is very fluid and anticipates that its recommendations will change with each passing week. So, I think the important thing is to know is that these are a group of people that are really thinking deeply about the best interests of the whole community. And if people have input that they want to put in, they can send the email to the MOAC line, the MHOAC at lakecountyca.gov. Keep it under 200 words and say who you are and who you're representing and what your thoughts are. And then we'll get it to them before the meeting, and they'll take it under consideration. It's a good thing. I really appreciate the work they're doing. So a couple last things. One is for information on any of this. It's changing all the time. It's hard to keep up with it. You can dial 211. They have pretty good information. You can also dial the MOAC line, which is 263-8174, or email the MOAC line, and we'll be trying to get back to you. We've got some good staff that are working on that now. And for appointments. So we just opened up late last night the links again for appointments. The way to get an appointment now is to go on our website, Lake County Health Department, and there will be a link on there that you can tap on, and then you'll get to an online registration for an appointment. You need to be 65 and older now to get an appointment that way. That's the way it's set up. That's who we're focusing on right now as we try to get more and more of that population taken care of. We'll be able to expand more, or the state will take it over and do it the way that they're going to do it. If folks are having trouble doing the online thing, if they're an older person that doesn't have internet access or is having trouble working through the whole online thing, you can call 993-4644 and get some help there making the appointment. So the last thing I just want to talk about is, last week I gave information that I'm planning on leaving my position as the health officer in Lake County, and I'll be around probably till mid-April, so that everyone can find a person to take my place. And I wanted to just say that this has been a real privilege to be part of this. It's for a guy at my stage in my career, it's pretty important to be part of a pandemic like this, a response like this. I would have been very unhappy to have been sitting on the sidelines watching this go and kind of being an armchair quarterback. This was a really great opportunity. There's a really great team of leaders and staff here that are helping to respond. And one thing that came out, I read the article in the Press Democrat, and that had a slant that was not correct, and it didn't come from me. We had put out a press release, and I had a little bit of an email contact with them, but the way they framed the story of lack of support and resistance to the public health orders. I mean, certainly, this has been a struggle, and there's no surprise to anybody here, but that's not why I'm leaving. We are at a new stage in the pandemic response. We've kind of been through this long, challenging crisis phase of a year long, and now we're really moving into a whole different phase. It's the state's going to be taking control and kind of really kind of laying out how it's supposed to be done. And it's going to be much more kind of navigating the state orders and kind of management of it and sort of applying that to our local level. It's a little bit different than, what my skill set is. It's I'm a doctor that's been working a long time out on the ground, and it's just time for me to go back and do that. But I just, I was a little bit reluctant to see, or a little bit concerned when I saw that, and they mentioned some people that I'd had problems with and all that, and that did not come from me at all. That was probably historic, and I think they must have gotten that from their own newspaper articles from the past. And we've been working together as a team with the leadership in the county and with a lot of the agencies around the county in a good way. And I've been very appreciative of the relationships I've been able to form, and just the integrity that which people have been standing up and trying to do the right things for the community. So I think that was probably all I wanted to say about that. But so anyhow, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Dr. Pace, for your report. I just have two questions for you. One, that there's a little bit of confusion about second doses and the appointments there. They were, I guess, being told to wait for the health department to call them. Is that correct for their second dose if they don't have an appointment?
Oh, you're muted. Oh, he can't unmute.
Okay, thank you. You got me. Yeah, thanks. Right. Part of what's happened is because we moved the days and we moved the sites, what we had initially set up a month ago, has changed a couple times since then. So it's so they should get a call. I think partly what's happened, I'm pretty sure everybody's been called, but sometimes people don't answer their phone, or they, whatever, they don't get it. Or if there's a problem, they should go ahead and email us at the Mohawk line or call and leave a message, and we'll get back to them. What we are trying to do is call everybody who needs a second appointment. And if that's not happening, they should email or call us at the Mohawk line.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And then our compliance team, have we hired? Are we doing that? Where we are with that?
Yeah, the compliance team. So at this point, we have not been focusing on that. We did post it a couple months ago, and we basically, things were the case rate was so high that we just did not have the ability to deal with that. And I think really, it wasn't going to have much impact where we were then. Now that the numbers are dropping, it may make more sense to focus on that again. We were just, in the last couple months, we've been scrambling as fast as we could just to keep things afloat. And so at this point, that's kind of been on pause for a month or so, just because we did not have the capacity to deal with it. Kind of where we're at now is most of the folks are doing what's being asked of them and doing the safe things. And then there's a small proportion of people that don't believe in it or are choosing not to do it and those folks, I'm not sure, that how much impact a compliance person with a low fine is going to really have on that. And so I think we sort of shifted our focus a little bit, but I think that's something that's at this point is probably worth taking up again from a public health point of view, because the numbers are down. We can actually try to contain some of these things, whereas before it was just so widespread in the community that there just was very little that was going to address. So I think that's probably a good question and something we ought to think about how to address within our team again.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Pace. I just really appreciate you and your team and all the hard work. And I know myself and many in the community are incredibly sad to see you go, but well wishes on your next adventure.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Anyone else have any comments? Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, when you mentioned this just now, Dr. Pace, I actually looked online and seen I'm actually quoted, and at times I get called about these things and I answer, and it doesn't seem like everything I said was accentuated. And when it says it's really tough for him to take criticism and even sometimes the abuse, my comment wasn't that. It was more or less, we are elected officials on the Board of Supervisors. We're used to that type of abuse in comments in different threads. However, people that are hired aren't used to that type of, dialogue. And so this is the second time I feel I've been taken out of context, another one in a different article. So I want to apologize for that. That wasn't my intent to make you seem like a victim. I was just answering questions. And so, yeah.
I understand. No problem.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Pyska?
I have two questions. The first one is just pretty simple. Were the people that were being turned away last week out of county residents, or did they actually take the vaccines from our county residents who had to be turned away?
No, the ones on last Tuesday that got in because of the My Turn, they did not get vaccinated. The only people that I'm aware of, some of them had second residences up here, and so we did go ahead and give them some vaccine because they're, in the community. If they get sick, they're going to the hospital here, and so that's. But the ones that did not have any connection with the county were turned away, and there was a lot of unhappy people for that. But especially as it turned out with the shipment not coming in and we had to cancel other appointments, I'm really glad that the staff just held their ground. They did a phenomenal job of really kind of digging in and protecting the county vaccine supply.
That's good to hear, and it's unfortunate that they were upset that they were trying to game the system. So the second question I have is, in the news, it's been stated that the state is going to be withholding 10% of vaccines for educators, and we've already done that. So is that going to affect our allotment?
It's really hard to know what that's about. He's just sprung that on the public. There's not been much discussion in my world about what that means. My understanding is I'm not sure. I kind of think it's not changing our allotment. I think what it means is that we have to demonstrate that we are vaccinating the educators, and we haven't done all of them. The child care workers and the college folks have not been vaccinated, but the goal here was to open the schools, and the K through 12 are the ones that have not been opened. The child care and preschools have been open, and the college is not planning on opening this semester. So it seemed to make perfect sense for what our situation was to really focus on that. I'm not sure how that's going to play out now. I kind of think it's not going to affect us too much. I think it's going to be kind of like a reporting issue more than anything else.
Well, I do appreciate you making the educators a priority, and the timing is working really well with so many of the districts opening up. So that was a good call. I do remember being in the boardroom last February when you came in for the first time to speak on the virus that was in China. And a lot has happened this year. And I just want to thank you for your grace and compassion over this last year. And I know it was difficult, but we all really appreciate your work and your dedication to looking after our most vulnerable. And we'll always appreciate you here in Lake County.
Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Pyska. Any further comments or questions? Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, just, obviously, I want to thank you for your service to the county. Moving forward, obviously, with the variants, with the vaccine, the way it's coming out, we'll just continue to support the public health department as we move through this process, and you, while you're here for between now and April. But, I just want to thank you for the work that has been done, especially over the past year in dealing with this pandemic. So other than that, that's really what I have today. And I'm glad that the vaccines got through after the storms, and we're starting up again, because that is making a big impact on the emotional, feelings of our elders here in the county. And I know I've been reached out to by multiple folks that have gone through the process, whether it's in Clear Lake or the drive-through, getting their vaccines, and they were very thankful for the professional manner that was put together. And hopefully we just continue on that good path forward over the next few months. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. I have a few questions. One of them is maybe a couple of them are comments. You stated that K through 12 can open. I believe that's only K through 6. That 7 through 12 needs to reach another level of, what is it, 7 or 8 per 100,000 or something like that of caseloads, new caseloads, before they can open. Is that correct?
Right. So K through, I'm sorry if I was confusing. What I was meaning was K through 12 is not open now, and much of it, and that's why we were focusing on that for the vaccine. Yeah, at this point right now, K through, if somebody was open prior to going into purple, they can open back up. Now that we're in purple and we're under the 25 per 100,000, K through 6 can open up if they have the safety plans in place. Middle school and high school are not able to open until we're in the red zone again.
Correct. I will say, and I know last week I talked about my support for opening up our schools. There is an updated website on covid19.ca.gov that shows you a map of all the schools that are open, the ones that are in hybrid, and the ones that are just distance learning. And the difference between private school and public school is disturbing. We have not heard horror stories coming from our private schools, and some of them are right here in Lake County as well. And yet we're still struggling to get to a point where we feel comfortable to open up, or where the boards of schools feel comfortable to open up. And I just, there's such a difference between who has access to a private school versus who has access to a public school. And this is, I'm very worried as we keep going with COVID-19 about the lasting effects of what this will have on our communities, between the haves and the have-nots, and how they have been treated throughout this. And that brings me to the vaccine clinic, where we're seeing that same exact scenario coming down, where we're inviting sectors of our economy, and we're inviting that sector because some of their workers are very vulnerable to obtaining or getting the virus because of their workplace scenarios. And what we're seeing is office staff and upper admin coming through, and that's just a problem. It's kind of disgusting. Spoke about it last time, but humanity is really coming out in a very bad way for many different things here. Want to talk about real quick the TPA, the third party administrator of Blue Shield. I share your concerns, Dr. Pace. The entire CSAC group, almost every county in the state of California, is against the TPA. It's just a new entity coming in and basically in a very rude way saying, hold my beer, I got this, when we've been dealing with it the whole entire time. We know our community better. Blue Shield is not in our community. Yes, they do have some folks who have them as an insurance company, but they're not here. And for them to think that they can just come in, ask us to step aside and do the job that we're doing, maybe they can bring more capacity than what we have. But what I've been asking the state and just letting the board know is that they need to work in collaboration with public health, not take over public health and what they've been doing. If they can be partners and provide some extra assistance, I think that would work a whole lot better than them thinking that they have better access or better connections to our community than our public health does. And again, that's across the board in CSAC. CSAC has written letters to the state of California saying, who came up with this? Nobody wants this. Why are you doing this? It's one of those things that, again, we can't explain necessarily the governor's reasons for this other than he must think that this is the right thing to do, or his group of people that thought of this think it's the right thing to do, but no county seems to be in favor of it. Another example of that is the My Turn. I just want to, I guess, apologize to our staff for putting them in a situation where they have to deal with people yelling at them, people crying, and almost to the point where people were threatening our staff because they've traveled 3.5 hours to come get a vaccine that they legitimately signed up for because the website allowed them to, only for us to tell them no. I am so thankful that we said no, but that situation should never have occurred. And so that is very upsetting. And that's, again, an issue of the state saying, I got this, or not really. We're hitting another wall with that. I agree also with Dr. Pace that it seems that we're aiming towards everyone for themselves to get the vaccine eventually. I hope that is not going to be the case, but I just don't know another scenario of how that's going to happen when Blue Shield comes through. And I see that as being a Lord of the Flies situation where, again, the haves versus the have-nots are going to get access to these things first compared to everyone else who won't. And I think that us as a local jurisdiction have better capabilities to ensure that the right folks get access to the vaccine in the right order. If it was unlimited supply, then nobody would care. But our supply is very limited. As you can see, I looked on the California website. It says we have over 10,000. Dr. Pace showed us today we're over 8,000. I don't know if they put both those numbers together, first dose and second dose, to get their 10,000, or if they're getting the numbers aren't jiving 100%. But either way, we're far from where we would like to be. And this situation is only exacerbating more problems, not healing and resolving some of the problems. I want to bring up enforcement because it was brought up. And I understand that we had such a surge that there was, that it was overwhelming to look at what enforcement would be or look like. But I can't help but feel, isn't that when we needed the most enforcement? Because the idea was to control the virus, and when it's out of control, we're choosing not to control it, versus now that we have less, we're going to control it. So I think we need to review what this enforcement looks like, because I just, if we're gonna say we're gonna enforce when it's light, but not enforce when it's heavy, I'm kind of doing an analogy of what would our law enforcement do if there was a lot of certain types of crimes versus a little bit. Are we going to ignore it because there's a lot, but not ignore it when there's a little bit? And I think we need to have that same stance and maybe find different ways than just putting it on the lap of public health to get to the part of enforcement, or else maybe we don't want enforcement. I don't know, because it's confusing to me that the idea was to control it, and yet when it's out of control, we're not controlling it. And yet at the same time, we've asked businesses to shut down in order to help us control it. So it's all very, it becomes a very confusing scenario and situation of we're saying something, but we're not doing something. And so I think we need to review and see what it is that can be done better, or just not done at all, because if we're not doing it when it's heavy, it doesn't make sense to do it when it's light. I'm confused by that, and I'm not comfortable with that. And so I think that we need to have that conversation. I do want to say thank you to two specific people. One that I met over at the vaccine clinic. I went by over at the city of Clear Lake. I believe it was Thursday. Spoke with Dr. Pace, who kind of walked me around, showed me exactly how everything was working with the new drive-through scenario. I don't remember his last name. Dr. Pace, you're going to help me with that. But his name is Larry. He works for public health. And I know that he had to deal with some of those folks that came from out of county. And again, dealing with those emotional pleas, whether they're crying because they feel desperate to get the vaccine, or yelling because they're upset that they felt led astray thinking they can get it, or worse, which he had to deal with. I just want to thank him for doing the right thing, having the right attitude, and trying to de-escalate those situations to the best of his capabilities. Again, not something that I anticipate we should be putting our staff in that situation, but the fact is our staff was, and so I want to make sure and highlight him and say thank you. Can you provide his last name, Dr. Pace?
Platts, Larry Platts.
Thank you very much. I should have known that. Larry Platts, I just want to thank Larry for that. And then last, I want to thank also Willie Cepeda, Chief Cepeda. He is, I sent him a private message, but I want to do this publicly as well. He's been a part of this every step of the way, has been an absolute partner every step of the way. When I was volunteering at the testing sites early on in springs, maybe early summer, he was there just about every single day, helping to get swabs and getting specimens sent out. And he's doing the exact same thing with the vaccine clinics and helping to get those shots into arms. And that is on top of the actual job that he has of being the fire chief for Station 70. So I just want to thank him publicly because he has absolutely been a huge part in providing assistance with everything that we needed to get done. And Dr. Pace, the situation that you came in was not the situation you eventually received. We had a much more calm environment for you. We were talking about tobacco cessation. We were talking about how to increase our health numbers. And then this happened. I don't think that there's any public health officer that was trained or taught specifically by textbook on how to deal with this. I think everybody learned while building the airplane and trying to learn from one another. And I know that your job as of March of last year became incredibly difficult. And so thank you for your hard work. I know that the public and the board didn't always agree with you, but that is the way of a democratic process. But I do appreciate that you stood strong with what you believed in and that you followed through with what you said you would do. So thank you very much for your time here, and best of luck as you transition over to your next step. And I know that we have until at least, possibly longer, till April 16th, and we'll have a further discussion on what the board's next steps will be. But thank you very much for your service. Any other comments or questions before we open it up to the public? All right, Jake, can we please open up the Zoom room?
All right. I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Christian Thomas?
Yes, please.
Just wanted to thank Dr. Pace for his tireless work for trying to keep the community safe as much as possible throughout this COVID pandemic. And, you know, your reports on a weekly basis are very informative of the public, even though some may have disagreements, some have agreements, but I really appreciate you, Dr. Pace, for really sticking it out as much as you could. And I'm really sad to see you go, but I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors and enjoy the rest of your career. And Lake County was very proud to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any other public comments?
Hi, I have my hand up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Sally.
Okay, hi. Hi, this is Sally Peterson. And I just wanted to say to Dr. Pace, thank you so much for all you've done in our community, especially with our Indian community. You and your staff always went above and beyond, answered a lot of questions when we had situations come up at our casino, and even with our governmental employees, and the collaboration that you had with all of the tribes in Lake County on the the Zoom calls that we were doing, and just over and beyond really with working with us. And I don't know if anybody else, hopefully that will continue with the new person, but it was just much appreciated. And we really appreciate all that you've done, Dr. Pace and your staff. And I wish you well. You're a really good person and very nice to work with. And I just wish you the best. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any further, Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, Sally reminded me of something, and I wanted to highlight that. Dr. Pace, I know that there was some time frame I was still serving as the tribal chair for Robinson Rancheria, and we had quite a few different scares. And during that time frame, you were very hands-on. We got you in touch with tribal health, worked together on a lot of those key issues. Of course, we were all working on the same initiative, and that is making sure people are safe, making sure we took care of the, social distancing or the way that we would handle programs, even the opening of the casino, things of that nature. You're always willing to work with us in any other business, even when it came to the Blue Collar Committee, meeting with them and talking with them about trying to keep open. You met with both sides of people that were afraid of the pandemic, and then you had a group of folks that really didn't consider it a pandemic and just wanted to keep opening. And you worked with them. I mean, you sat with them and tried to find ways to do things. And just wanted to highlight that you've always tried to work with everybody. And again, I want to apologize for the way that article portrayed, because that wasn't my intent. My intent was just to say that I'm super bummed, and it went as it was. And so, again, thank you for all the help you've provided for not only Lake County, but the Indian community as well.
Supervisor. I forgot to mention one thing. I had a question. So we did 2 contracts, and one of those 2 contracts, and that was an equity contract, I believe. One of them was with LCOE for the Latino communities. Are they providing some assistance with the vaccination, looking to get farm workers vaccinated? Are they providing any assistance with that, or is that a separate charge that they're on? I know they were all about messaging and trying to get cases to come down in the Latino communities. Are they providing assistance with the vaccine?
Well, right. That's the thing I was mentioning before. So Anna Santana and Angela Cuellar are the 2 leads with that, and they're really at the intersection of public health trying to engage with the Latino community to keep the cases down and to get the vaccine out as well. So they're actually stepping up, and they're going to be helping us register folks as part of this RFP, as part of this contract, to really try to bring in folks and get it done in a skillful way where we can kind of target the most vulnerable folks.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. Any other further comments or questions from the board? All right, Dr. Pace, thank you very much for your time, and we will see you next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 10:52. Let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:02. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:02.
Jake, we're ready on this end. Are you ready on yours?
Yep, just waiting for all the returns.
Okay, Chair, so it looks like we are ready when you are.
Johanna, checking in with you to make sure you're ready to go.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, excuse me for being last to show back up, but it is 11:02. We will reconvene the meeting and we will continue with item 6.5, or 10:15 a.m. item. And we will be sitting as the Lake County Housing Commission Board of Directors. Consideration of the Lake County Housing Commission Housing Choice Voucher Program Administrative Plan for 2021, and authorize the chair to sign the annual Civil Rights Certification HUD form, HUD 577/CR. And I'd like to welcome Deborah Figueroa, who is our resident member of the Board Housing Committee, to join us in this conversation. And I believe that Ms. Marketan, I'm asking you to unmute. Maybe that will help. There you go.
Thank you. I'm now unmuted. Good morning. This is Crystal Marketan, today serving in the capacity as the Executive Director of Lake County Housing, Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. And today with me is Program Manager Kelly Page, and also Teresa Wool, who is our Housing Program Coordinator. And you already introduced Deborah Figueroa, who is the President of the Resident Advisory Board. And they will present.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Like we do every year, we're bringing our administrative plan before the board. And this is basically our policy and procedure manual that guides how we run our Housing Choice Voucher Program. Every year, there's some changes to statute that HUD has us incorporate into our policy manual. There's some policies that we can have a little flexibility with at the housing authority level. Not a lot, but sometimes a little bit. And as we make those changes, we present our proposed draft plan to the Board of Housing Commissioners for their approval. Once we have that approval, we then send on to HUD for their final approval. On the 1st of February, we had our public hearing to present the plan with the proposed changes. And as part of that hearing, Supervisor Pyska was in attendance on behalf of the Board of Housing Commissioners. We had our resident advisory board members present, staff, and members of the public. And during that hearing, there were no comments or suggestions made. So we have the plan now in its draft form as presented to the Board of Housing Commissioners for approval. And there was a link provided so that each member of the board could review the plan. And we also did a summary speech showing the revisions. Pretty dry reading. So if there are any comments or questions on any of those changes, in addition to the public hearing, we could hear those now if the board has any.
Okay. And thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? So the 486 pages was just thrilling and exciting to go through, and I think review is the right word to use. There was, and I appreciate Director Marketan was available for me to ask some questions, help me better understand. My questions were regarding students, as there's some limitations to students as they continue in higher education, but there's also some exceptions to the rules that helps them at least go through the process and maybe still have access to vouchers. But I did have a question, because I'm wondering if this is taken into consideration when the federal government looks at what we should be provided for help, and that is the difference between our rent versus what a mortgage would be. Because I think that we have completely flipped probably 10 years ago, where maybe rent and mortgage might have been approximately the same. And then after the 2008 crash and after all the fires, we've just been seeing our rents going up, up, and up. And with the interest rates dropping, a 30-year loan would actually be more affordable than typical rent, but yet because you have to meet certain criteria to get a loan, people are being denied and having to pay the higher rent. Wondering if those types of things are put into consideration, because our ratio may not meet the same ratio as, say, San Francisco or other areas. Is that something that is recognized?
What HUD does is every year they come out with what they call fair market rents, and they do only look at the rental market in the area. So for our housing authority, I think they go back 3-4 years. So it's not exactly a current picture of what people are paying for rent in our area, but it is our area. So it's not, San Francisco rents, Marin, those kind of rents don't come into consideration. The only time that would affect us is if we had a tenant who moved to Marin and that housing authority didn't absorb them into the program, we would then be responsible to pay that rent from our housing authority.
Wow.
So and those hurt.
Wow.
So, it is possible we can see some impact there. As far as mortgage rates, that really has no bearing on the voucher program. It's a completely separate program for HUD, and it's not one that we administer out of our housing authority.
Right. Now, because I'm wondering, as I was flipping through it, the focus is to help people with their rent, and maybe we should look at trying to boost our first-time homebuyer plan or something along those lines, where the actual cost, especially with the deferred loan that a first-time homebuyer plan comes with, that with the percentage rate, people would actually see a much higher reduction in what they have to pay to afford to live in a home versus continuing to pay rent, where that's public funds, our taxes, paying for the what I believe, more expensive program versus trying to get people into a home where they can actually afford to do those things. So further conversation, but I appreciated Director Marketan being available, flipped through the 486 pages of very dry material. There's obviously some very specific guidelines of how to and not to, and what if scenarios to make sure that we provide these vouchers to the right people. So appreciate the update and the revision. And I'll ask one more time, is there any comment or questions from the board before we open it up to the public? Okay. Jake, if we could please open up the Zoom room and see if we have any public comments.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Just real quick, a question. Director Marketan, correct me if I'm wrong, but your department is in charge of the first-time home buyer plan. Is that correct?
We do have the home loan program.
Okay. Yes. So I'll be discussing that with you just to kind of get some data and see where we are with that.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you so much. No further comments from anyone? And it looks like we need to take action, or is this just a review? Looks like
we are requesting.
We have to approve.
Yeah, we're requesting approval of the plan as submitted, and also approval for the board chair to sign our annual civil rights certification form. That's the HUD form that was attached there.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, I move to approve the Lake County Housing Commission Housing Choice Voucher Program Administrative Plan for 2021 and authorize the chair to sign the annual civil rights certification.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can get a roll call, please.
Okay, so Commissioner Simon?
Yes.
Commissioner Crandall,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Aye.
Commissioner Pyska,
Yes.
Commissioner Figueroa.
Has she not been allowed to unmute? We haven't heard from her.
Okay.
Hold on. There we go.
Aye. Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Spatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good transition to Commissioner. I was not expecting that, but that's correct. All right, thank you very much to the Social Services Department and staff for that update and that item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6.6, our 11 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation promoting tolerance, respect, equity, and inclusion in Lake County. And I believe that you will be hearing all of the Board of Supervisors reading a portion of this, and I believe we will be starting with Supervisor Simon.
Are we going to put it up on the board, or we're just going to read it? This question.
If it's possible, Ms. Hutchinson, is it possible to post that on the, to share the screen?
If not, I can start too right now.
Yeah, if you'll just give me a second, I'll put it up. Just a couple seconds.
And if I may ask while we're waiting for that, Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Crandall, what is the, I know it's CCA, but what is the group's name that helped bring this to us?
You put me on the spot.
Yes, I did.
I have it.
I know the acronym, but I forget what it actually spells out.
It is the Community Call to Action Group.
Thank you so much.
Okay, are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation promoting tolerance, respect, equity, and inclusion in Lake County. Whereas the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution provides that no state may deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, and the California Constitution provides substantially the same protections. And whereas the First Amendment of the United States Constitution provides in pertinent part that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting its free exercise, and the California Constitution provides that the exercise and the enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall be forever followed or allowed in this state. And
whereas both federal and California laws protect persons from discrimination on the basis of race, religion, ethnicity, national origin, gender, age, sexual orientation or preference, gender identity, disability, and other protected classifications. And whereas, despite these laws, which are intended to promote inclusiveness, respect, and equity, there appears to be a growing intolerance in this country which often seems to express itself in prejudice, bigotry, and anger. And
whereas Lake County is home to the ancestral lands of 7 indigenous tribal nations, including the Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, the Khoi Nation of Northern California, the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, the Habemetalel Pomo of Upper Lake, the Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and the Elam Indian Colony. And whereas County of Lake has a rich history, and Lake County residents are a diverse group of people with tribal ancestral lands now shared by many ethnic and racial groups, genders, ages, abilities, and sexual orientations. And
Jessica.
Oh, that's me, sorry. Whereas your county government, this board has an obligation to protect, respect, and serve everyone equally. And whereas this board believes we cannot be silent in the face of intolerance, hatred, violence, and inequities, which are a direct threat to our democracy. And
whereas at this moment of reckoning, we are called upon to listen and to speak out, to kneel and to stand, to reflect and to improve, to learn and to teach. We must answer these calls together as a community. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Lake County Board of Supervisors denounces all forms of hate and violence directed toward any group of individuals, strongly condemns all race-based hate crimes, and extends our deepest condolences to the families and friends of all victims of race-based violence. Further, it be resolved, the Lake County Board of Supervisors confirms its continuing mandate to require all county departments to practice tolerance, respect, equality, and inclusion, and commits to furthering county policies and administrative measures to support of these goals. Further, it be resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors encourages all schools, local businesses, churches, community-based organizations, and residents to work toward tolerance, respect, equality, and inclusion throughout our communities. Further, it be resolved in continuing efforts to demonstrate to our community that we share their concerns, and we are a board committed to tolerance, respect, equality, and inclusion. The Lake County Board of Supervisors will host a community visioning session to develop recommendations for meaningful actions and activities that will build bridges where there may be walls, fostering tolerance, respect, understanding, equality, and inclusion, promoting nonviolence and nonviolence conflict resolution, focusing resources and underlying causes, and continues to lead the inequality resources and justice distribution, relevant solutions for any social injustice as they may come to light. Issued this 23rd day of February 2021. Signed and adopted by all supervisors of the County of Lake.
Thank you very much for everybody taking part in this. Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Crandall, you both brought this to the board. Do you have any other words that you would like to speak before we open it up for the public and move on?
You know, I just would like to point out the fact that I don't believe we've ever had a proclamation that all supervisors read a portion, and I thought it was definitely needed for us to do this, to show that we are all in support of this, and we feel that this is an important step that we need to take as a board. So I really thank all the supervisors for reading a portion of this. I think it was incredibly needed for our community. And, you know, it's a big statement that it was our community that brought this here. They've been meeting for months now to come up with some sort of solution. They want to move in a direction. And I thank the community for bringing this to us. It wasn't I that put this together. It was the community in collaboration with the supervisors to bring this to us. So I think the next step is to decide, you know, what these visioning sessions are going to look like. I'm excited to hear from the public and the rest of the supervisors. I've already actually been reached out by a company looking to help us support our goals, goals of diversity and inclusion with data and artificial intelligence. So there is agencies out there, you know, that can come and help us. I think we need to find the right facilitator to help us have a productive discussion and help us further the actions that we have put in this proclamation. And also, I don't know if we've ever had a proclamation where we've had action items at the end of it, where it wasn't just a proclamation that we read and we've moved on with our day. We are actually going to be having action items and, you know, serious about making sure our community has equality for all and not just for some. So, thank you.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, no, Tina, you did bring it forward though, so thank you for doing that. And I do appreciate the community call to action group, Joanne Siccato, and the other folks that were a part of it. They asked for my input, I gave some input, but ultimately, Tina, you brought it forward and I appreciate that. And I do appreciate the fact that we all read it together and that there will be some follow-up. And so again, I won't belabor anymore and I'll allow whoever else to speak.
Thank you. Any further comment from the board? Supervisor Pyska?
I appreciate the community members and the supervisors that bring this forward. This really is the time for us to be serious about our commitment to social justice. This is the most diverse board that our county has ever had. And representation really matters. And this is an important time for us. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the visioning session. Supervisor Scott mentioned contracting with a facilitator, possibly. I think that's an excellent idea. And I'm wondering if there's topics already in mind, and will this be a structure that we can keep in place and bring forward when we have difficult decisions or difficult discussions that we need to have?
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions from the board? And what I would like to suggest is because there are action items, is I will speak with a supervisor outside of this meeting and look at possibly creating some sort of ad hoc committee that is committed to those action items rather than just waiting for it to happen in a vacuum. Since we made those proclamations together, that I want to make sure that we also work to further this rather than waiting for the community group to do it for us. And so I will talk with one of these supervisors and with Ms. Hutchinson on what the best path to making that happen is. Possibly next week we'll come back with an agenda item to make that happen. And so that's what I can do on my side. And looks like we have some people in the public waiting to make a comment. So Jake, let's go ahead and open up the boardroom or the Zoom room, please. And let's go ahead and start with Carol Cole-Lewis, who happened to put her hand up first.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Carol Cole-Lewis from Upper Lake, California, and I am a part of the CCA committee. And I am so excited that the board has agreed to take this on and has signed this proclamation, especially with the action item attached. I would like to put forward myself as being a part of your ad hoc committee, because I think the only way we get change done is if we do it locally. And we have such a fantastic opportunity here with this proclamation to bring together all the sides of our community and to make Lake County a better place to live for everyone. So I laud and applaud you, and I'm so thankful for the work that you've done to make this a reality. And I look forward to the visioning sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand that I see is Sally Peterson.
Amini Albany, Hioni Kalakak. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on this. Again, my name is Sally Peterson. I am a tribal member of Middletown Rancheria, and I've been a community member here for over 20 years. And I just wanted to thank both Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Crandall for bringing this forward, and the entire Board of Supervisors for obviously supporting this. It's a great day. You know, we live in a community with a lot of diversity, and to recognize that fact has been a long time coming. I actually called in early this morning at 6 a.m. this morning to listen in on a Senate hearing for a Native woman that was being confirmed for the Department of the Interior. And we have never had a Native person in that capacity, which is kind of ironic. But this is a great day to have this proclamation for a county that is so diverse with 7 tribal nations and all of the other diversity. I'm a single mother of 2 African-American sons I have. They're grown now, but you know, being raised in a community here along with their ancestry roots of Native American and African-American has been a uniqueness that I'm really glad this county is supporting. So I'm very happy. And it's a great day. So kahuika.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? And I do see that we have a couple folks on the phone. Jake, if you can let them know how they can unmute, just in case that they're not aware what they need to dial.
Actually, I will send out a mute request right now. We wanted to get through those hand raises first.
Okay.
So that unmute request is out there on the Zoom floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name. And that unmute request should hit the phone users as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It looks like Joanne Staccato raised her hand.
Hi, everyone. I just want to take this moment to thank the board and the staff and everybody in the community call to action group that came together with their hearts and their minds to try to find a way to respond in our local community to this national situation. And what I really appreciated was some of the work that was done to be more inclusive, to recognize that the issues that started this, the George Floyd and the Breonna Taylor, the atrocities that have happened in that community is not isolated, and to recognize that there are so many targeted populations that are not, as Tina was saying, are not getting the equal access to what America offers, to the promise. And so this became a much better proclamation and invitation into action as a result of expanding that inclusion to consider all of those, everyone that has been targeted in some way or another because of their differences. So again, my deepest appreciations to everyone for prioritizing this, and I really look forward to see how community is going to come together in addressing anything if we find anything here in Lake County. So, you know, that was the other thing that I appreciated, was to not jump from a place of assumptions, but let's see what is happening, and let's see what we can do to make things better for everyone that's here. So thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment. Any final comments from board members? And like I said, we'll be back next week with something to help follow up on those action items. Okay, thank you very much. And I guess we could wait 30 seconds because then we'll be right on time for 6.7. Or maybe 45 seconds. Well, let's not do that. Let's go ahead and do 7.1. Let's go ahead and do our supervisor's weekly calendar. Let's start with Supervisor Simon.
Thank you very much, Bruno. I was thinking I had a second more, so give me 1 second here.
Caught you off guard.
Yeah. Okay, BOS meeting today, obviously, finish up. I think there may be a conversation we're having afterwards, I think with Anita and Carol later on today or whenever the meeting gets over. Tomorrow I have a couple of different things. In the first thing in the morning, I'm going to meet with some folks about a broom buster program potentially here in South County at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. we have the EDTF meeting follow-up. Later in the afternoon, Lakeport annexation update for the 24th. Right now, don't have anything on the 25th and 26th. 20. Then we'll go right into the weekend, 27, 28. Oh wait, I'm a week behind. I apologize. I'm jumping on the wrong one. No, I'm not. Sorry about that. Yeah, going into the weekend and then coming back to March 1st, have a meeting with Carol on Monday, and then here for the board meeting on Tuesday. There is something I'd like to report about, the Risk Reduction Authority. The Risk Reduction Authority, we made some big strides yesterday. We're catching kind of, I think, you know, they're saying the rubber meets the road. Yesterday, we made some adjustments to add 4 seats to the Risk Reduction Authority. We're going to be doing that over the next couple of months. We're going to be inviting both the counties and a couple other government seats, including tribal nations, to join us here on the Risk Reduction Authority. We also set our priorities list for this year, which has quite a few projects. One of the most important ones, obviously, is the CWPP update that'll be worked through RCD and those coordinations. And so we're really looking to see with the Risk Reduction Authority as we can move. We will be coming to the board later as the board chair and making some presentations, and also looking for some potential funding that we'll be going for. We are working diligently on our side to work with community stakeholders to get funding as we move this program forward, but it's something that we're looking to do to just help move the Risk Reduction Authority forward. We're also going to be doing an RFP to look for anybody who's interested in helping facilitate and coordinate for the RRA, taking some of the burden off of the admin office at this point to help us move forward with growing the Risk Reduction Authority. I thought we had a good workshop last month, and we'll continue to do that. One other thing, and if I get the website wrong, but burn permits and other things right now, there's a conversation about online opportunities for folks to do that. And just want to get that out there. I think it is southlakefire.org. Is that the website? If you need a burn permit, there's an opportunity to go there. And hopefully we'll have a lot of folks taking advantage of those online opportunities. Other than that, that's what I have to report today. So I'll go ahead and let someone else take over.
Thank you, Supervisor Simon. Let's go ahead and follow up with Supervisor Pyska, because it's a good segue.
Thank you for that report, Supervisor Simon. We put a lot of hours in the last month into really getting the structure in place for the Risk Reduction Authority. I'm really excited about getting that moving ahead. There's a lot of work, as we all know, in this county, and fire season is upon us quickly. So it's been great to get a lot of the community work, a lot of the community organizations helping provide this structure so we can have our strategy in place. I went to Pro Farms last Friday, and I toured the old Workrite building where the cannabis processing facility is, and it's a pretty incredible facility. And I'll just say it's pretty incredible to see that happening legally in our county now, when just a short time ago that was an illicit business. And this is a strong business. There was almost 100 people working there. You know, they were following all the protocols, but I think it would be a good opportunity to put that group in front of the ethics committee and see when they can get vaccinated to protect themselves and their families. It brought up something for me that I've kind of been wrestling with. Since we have a legal cannabis industry in our county, it's helping our county. We're appreciating the revenue, but I know we've set money aside for the messaging and the education part of it, but I feel like we need to prioritize getting the messaging out. How do we talk to our children about this? It is not the same conversation that our parents had with us. And I've struggled with that with my children. And the more that cannabis is going to be out in the open, and we're going to be driving by and seeing it with our kids and in different business situations, you know, there's a real opportunity for us to do something very cutting edge and, you know, not go back to the just say no, because we can't do that anymore. This is a new time, and do we think of it like alcohol, wait till you're 21, or is there a better approach for us? So I think this is an opportunity for us. We really need to act on it. We need to get out in front of this before too much more time goes by. But we are fortunate to have investors like this company, Pro Farms, in our county, and they want to continue investing and continue growing their business, and we have to be there for them and allow them to get through the permitting process so they have permanence and they can continue to grow, and that's our job, and we need to continue to act on that. So then the Fire Safe Council is something else I've been working on. There hasn't been a Fire Safe Council meeting since last year. I've been digging into that. with the director, and hopefully we're going to be back on track within this month, within March. We're going to have some restructuring meetings and figuring out, how does this operation work? How do we want it to grow? Who are the partners? A lot has fallen away over the last year. And like I said, we're back in fire season shortly. So it's really time to get that in place. That's, in my belief, this is going to be under the Risk Reduction Authority, but really going to be the arm of community programs and implementation. So working towards that goal. The Collaborative Council had a meeting last week, and over the years, the Collaborative Council has been really great at having community work days for fire prevention and reducing hazardous fuels. So Supervisor Simon mentioned some Broom Buster events, and that Broom Buster is it's a trademark name from Canada, where they go after Scotch broom, French broom, the invasive brooms that are highly combustible. But really, we're applying that to all brush and ladder fuels. So you're going to see these events pop up in different communities. I'm hosting one myself in 2 weeks on an old fire break. So this is where we're going to really engage neighbors and community members to identify hazardous places around you, work with that property owner, and we have resources that we can help support you to get that work done. So it's important that people pay attention to their surroundings and look at the potential hazards in their community, and we can address them all together. So so Supervisor Simon and I are both working on that. If anybody has needs in their communities anywhere in the county, just reach out to either one of us and we can connect you with some resources. And I really hope that we can do a presentation to the board on that soon. Let's see. So on a very personal note, last week we had a missing child in South County, and he was a member of my family. And I just want to really express my gratitude for all of the organizations and agencies that came out to help find Austin. Our Sheriff's Department activated mutual aid. Search and rescue volunteers came from all over our county and other counties. People showed up on horses and motorcycles and quads and trucks and foot, and hundreds of people showed up. Probably thousands of people spread the word. So I want to thank everybody that helped or reached out and support in any way. We really have an amazing community here, and it made a difference for our family, and we really appreciate that support. So now my calendar. I don't think I'm going to be able to make the COAD meeting this afternoon. It looks like this meeting's going to be running late. So tomorrow I have some calls with constituents in the mornings, and then I have the radio check-in in the evening. There's a Hope Rising Governance Board meeting Thursday. I have my final orientation with Denise Pomeroy on Friday. And then on Monday, meeting with Carol.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Pyska. Supervisor Simon, did you have something you wanted to add? I saw you unmute during her.
Just one thing I know that I did forget to meet. One of our big priorities too this year is the Risk Reduction Authority. We are looking to do a community Risk Reduction Authority kind of outreach. That'll be something we're looking to plan over the next couple of months, hopefully involving all stakeholders, our fire departments, CAL FIRE, everybody here locally in what we're looking to do. So that was one of the big priorities that we're going to look to do in 2021. We had it planned last year at the end of March, and everything went sideways last year, so we didn't get that done. But we plan on really doing that big outreach this year and continuing that as a yearly event for the Risk Reduction Authority.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Scott.
Yes, I'd like to start off saying thank you, Supervisor Pyska, for bringing up education around cannabis and our families. Part of the grant money that we have put out went to First Five, Lake County, and they are developing a publication that will help parents, different age groups, of how to talk to your children around cannabis and alcohol and other drugs. So look for that. That's coming out soon. So that'll help our parents in the community. Today I have a CTA meeting at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow I have meeting with constituents over the phone, admin meeting at 1:30, and a First Five commission from 2 to 4:30. On Thursday I have a Hope Rising Governing Board meeting from 9 to 11, and then a Seroptimus meeting in the afternoon. And then Monday, a Safe RX meeting, and just preparing for Tuesday's meeting, and then back here on Tuesday.
Perfect. Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Crandall.
So today we'll do agenda review following this meeting. Tomorrow, West Region Town Hall.
Now made possible.
Now made possible because we added 2 more people, even though they're still the same people from last year. They haven't met since March either, so this is going to be a well-needed meeting. And so then Thursday, I know we have a meeting to support special districts, and then I have a site visit in the evening time in Upper Lake for a project that's coming forward. Friday, I'm doing a CSAC class on budgeting. And then follow up with constituents that rest of that afternoon. Saturday, I'll be finally doing the CTA web-based certification because I don't want Melissa hassling me no more. But anyhow, I want to be able to wear the badge too. So and then Monday, Middle Creek Restoration meeting with Carol back here on March 2nd. For the board meeting. And then I just wanted to update on Lucerne Town Hall has been one of the main groups that have met throughout the year. One of the things they talked about last Friday, which they meet on Fridays now at 6 p.m., is that they really wanted to start working collaboratively to have either a collaborative meeting or even maybe working with me to put something on the agenda for like a workshop for Neighborhood Watch or something of that nature, considering we have a lot of the problems on the North Shore, and each town in essence has their own Neighborhood Watch. And so I'll be working with the communities at large and some other folks like law enforcement and whatnot to try to get something together. And the reason they want to put forward this effort is because our meetings are the most highly attended. When we have our town councils, we get some folks, but we get quite a bit more when we come to this format. So I'll be working the intricacies of that and seeing where we can go from there. It's not something that's going to happen right away, but I'll be working on it to fulfill their wishes on that. So.
Perfect. Thank you, Supervisor. Just real quick to recap my last week. Some of you may have seen me on the Congressman Thompson Town Hall meeting to discuss the state and local assistance coming from the American Rescue Plan. At this moment in time, it looks like this will be slightly different than the CARES Act fund, where it was our portion because we had less than 500,000 population was submitted to the state. And eventually the state allocated it to us, but that took a long time. They held on to those funds and also, in a way, held it as a bit of a carrot to get us to do certain things, or at least try to provoke us to do certain things for COVID-19. And here, it looks like it's going to be direct assistance to the county, no matter what your population count is. At least that's my last conversation with both the office of Mike Thompson and also the office of Congressman Garamendi. But I definitely spoke up about wanting to have that direct access, and it looks like that's what we will be getting. Looks like we have potentially $13 million that will be coming directly to the county, about 900,000 coming to Lakeport, and another number that I do not have at my fingertips because that comes from Garamendi's office and I have not been provided that information. But Clear Lake will probably see double or triple what it is that Lakeport is receiving due to their population numbers. So those will all be funds that could be used very similarly to the CARES Act. And as you know, we used quite a large portion to help support our businesses, and there may be other ways for us to utilize that. So looking forward to that being received and then the conversations that will ensue from that. I had another meeting. I was invited to a special meeting for RCRC on a broadband deployment project. The meeting was a mixture of County Office of Education as well as a member of RCRC Board of Supervisors. Very limited amount of counties were invited since Lake County has shown constant interest in broadband. And I don't keep my mouth shut in our RCRC meetings. I let them know my interest and our needs here in the county. So we were invited. We actually made a very great showing. Most people showed up with one supervisor and one County Office of Education person. We had 3 County of Office Education people online with me as well. And very interesting what's being offered. There's a group called Education Superhighway. They're ex-Apple employees and have been dabbling in technology for a long time. They are working with government grant funds to provide subsidies for our students who do not have access to adequate or appropriate internet. So if you have cell phone internet, that is not adequate and appropriate internet. If you have access to a hardline broadband, that is what we're looking for. And so they're looking to subsidize up to $50 for students per month to help pay for the internet connection. And I believe it was $75 per month for tribal. I don't know if that meant on tribal land or students who are part of the tribal local tribes. I have no idea what the specifics of it was, but I know that there was a $50 and $75. And so I know that we have a meeting coming up next week to meet with LCOE to discuss how we continue that further. And basically, they want to do almost the entire work for us. They want a listing of all our students and their addresses, which will have to go through the FERPA process to approve that information being provided. And then they figure out they have access to Mediacom, they have access to every internet provider, or at least the majority of all internet providers, and they'll be able to figure out where our dark spots are for our internet and which student really does need to be provided some enhanced access to the internet, because whether or not schools go back, there will probably be a higher level of continuity of virtual academies throughout the country, and so we need to make sure that we get that. I believe they've been working for the past 10 years to get that kind of broadband access directly to the schools, and they were at 99% there. But now that broadband internet access needs to go to the homes because we're no longer just at a school environment. So I thought that was a very uplifting and inspiring conversation, and I look forward to doing more. So that meeting will be on Wednesday. But I digress. Later today, on Tuesday, we have an agenda review. We'll possibly be meeting with Supervisor Simon and others to discuss certain matters. I'll be meeting with department heads as I'm working on finalizing some agenda items for next week. On Thursday or later on Thursday, I also will be part of the Lake County Fire Protection District meeting. I'm trying to join those meetings just to stay up to date as to what's going on over there and what decisions they're making, so I can be better educated on what they do. Meeting with Supervisor Crandall tomorrow or Thursday also to discuss matters with our CAO later that afternoon on a CSAC call about COVID updates coming from the state. At this moment, Friday seems fairly empty unless I'm missing something, but that's what it looks like at this moment. And then coming back on Monday, we have our Middle Creek Project Restoration Committee meeting. I will be we have a Lake County Illegal Dumping Committee that's coming out of our Waste Management Advisory Board, meeting with our CAO to discuss anything on the agenda or otherwise. And then again on a CSAC call later on that evening on Monday night, just to get another update on what's happening with COVID-19, which is mostly related to vaccination deployment and whatnot. And again, coming back here for Tuesday for our board meeting. So that's all that I have at this moment. Do want to say that I've been getting some comments from folks that because of our virtual meetings, it's difficult for them to know what has or has not happened during our closed session. So I do just want to make a statement that no action was taken from our last closed session that we met. And at this moment in time, just to see if it helps, I will be providing that in my report as to what has happened in the previous week's closed session. But do know that we will let the public know if action is taken and not have to wait a full week. And I think that completes that portion of that item. Let's go ahead and go back to our 11:30 item. Consideration of the 6.7, consideration of the Everbridge Mass Notification User Agreement in the amount of $18,207.95 from March 20th, 2021 to March 19th, 2022, and authorize the chair to sign. And I believe we have, I know I saw Sheriff Martin, there you are. And so Sheriff Martin, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. Obviously, this contract is well under the threshold. It requires board approval, but this is certainly something that the Sheriff's Office and Office of Emergency Services does that has an impact on the entire county. So we thought it'd be great to include you in the discussion. I know there's been some questions that have come along. Really, the evolution of our mass notification has grown quite significantly over the last 6 years. Back from a system that used 12 phone lines to dial up and send out messages that was in place when the Valley Fire hit us, up through the evolution of using the Nixle system. We spent some time with a company called Code Red for our mass notifications, and currently we are with Everbridge, who a couple years ago purchased Nixle. We started out with this system back with the mass notification system by using Nixle, and when Nixle first came out, it was a free service, and of course that free service was guaranteed forever. However, with some upgrades and some capabilities that they made available over the years, they simply made those options not available in the free version, so of course we had to go to a paid version. During the Valley Fire, we used Nixle very, very extensively, and up to the point where it was costing the company more to service our contract than they were making, and they had asked us to kind of cut back on some of the messaging and presented us with some options. We're here today with a contract that really outlines what the cost will be in the event of usage. And I've got Lieutenant Corey Pollich on the line with a presentation to kind of show what's going to look like under this new contract with Everbridge. He's going to talk about this is a credit-based system. It's something new that we're being presented with, and he'll talk about how that's going to look. And maybe at the end of his presentation, we'll also talk about some of the changes in implementation and changes in messaging that have been the subject of some conversations along the way. And hopefully this will really show why we're doing what we're doing and explain how things are going to look a little bit different in the future. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Lieutenant Corey Pollich.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. Share my screen here. You guys see my screen okay?
Yep, thank you.
All right, so as the Sheriff said, for emergency notifications for Lake County, since 2018, we've been using the Everbridge platform. We call that LACO Alerts, and we also have the use of Nixle. For the past 3 years, the cost for using that system has been a little over $18,000 for the unlimited usage. So we were able to send out all of our phone calls and text messages and not have to worry about any additional costs. So our current subscribers with LACO Alerts, we have 24,400 subscribers with that platform. And then under Nixle, we have just over 93,000 subscribers. This change that Sheriff Martin was speaking about in this agreement before you is switching to a credit-based system. Everbridge is switching to this mainly because of cost that they're receive them from all the phone companies and cellular providers. So for every text message that we send out in an emergency will cost us 5 credits. Every call that we send out will cost us 10 credits, and every fax or TTY will be 100 credits. There are a couple free options still available to send out information. That would be by email or push notification if someone had the Everbridge app on their mobile device. So this agreement before you today is $18,207.95, and we will receive 2.5 million credits from Everbridge for our messaging. We'll also have the option, should we need to purchase additional credits at $1,000 for each additional 500,000 credits. And 2.5 million credits might sound like a lot until you really look at what that means. And so we looked at our 2015 Valley Fire and Rocky Jerusalem fires to kind of see what we did then. As the sheriff said, we were using a different phone system then, so we couldn't look at what those costs would be, but we did find that we sent out 20 nixles for the Valley Fire, as well as 20 for the Rocky and Jerusalem fires. Doing the math on that, if we sent those nixles out to all of our subscribers today, that 93,000 number, we would have sent out somewhere around 1.8 million text messages. And when you multiply that times our 5 credits, that's 9.3 million credits, well above our 2.5 million credits. We also asked Everbridge to look at our messaging this last year. We did have a couple events that happened with the LNU and August complex fires. We had some evacuations related to those. And so what we found in that is that we would have needed 13.2 million credits to do the messaging that we did this last year. That would mean 10.7 million additional credits and an additional cost of $21,400 above our $18,000 that we're paying now. So we've looked at some options to try and deal with this and deal with the cost. One of those options would be to utilize LACO alerts only and stop using the Nixle. That doesn't really seem like a real viable option just because Nixle is such a popular platform. It's really easy to use, easy to sign up for, easy to opt out. We don't have a lot of control over that. As you saw, it was 93,000 subscribers. That's more than our population. So we have a lot of people receiving our Nixles that don't live here. The other option is to use LACO alerts and Nixle based on geographical areas. So if we had an event that was occurring in the Middletown area, we would send out our messaging, text messages and phone calls to that area that was affected, and someone living in Lakeport wouldn't get those messages. There could still be some additional costs with that. Some of this is really the unknown because we're switching, and until we go through a whole year of this, we probably wouldn't know what this is going to look like at the other end. And then the last option is to continue using LACO alerts and Nixle and sending it out to all of our subscribers, knowing that we're going to have a lot of additional costs. One positive, I guess, note that we know is we're in the works. The state is going to provide mass notification systems for all public safety answering points, which we are one. They have also decided to contract with Everbridge for this system, which is, I think, also good for us. So Nixle would not be included with that. And currently in this current agreement, we have $14,571 allocated for mass notification. So the hope is that once we start utilizing the mass notification system provided by the state, some of that money that we're paying right now for that service would roll into maybe getting some additional credits that would help offset some of these issues with the cost. Currently the state is in the testing phase, and they're hoping to implement it by fire season. So here that may be May, June, the way things go. And this last slide, some of the feedback we get if we use the geographical option, we've done that in some of our events, and we get some feedback from the public that obviously everyone wants to stay informed of what's going on all around the county, and we understand that. So these are a couple options that should we have to start using this in the geographical option, that people can still receive some information and know what's going on in other parts of the county. And that would be sign up for LACO alerts. They can go to our website at lakesheriff.com for that. and they will receive push notifications if they download the Everbridge app, or they'll also receive emails. And we would continue to send out all the information to all of our subscribers in LACO alerts via those options, since it would be free. And then also there's always following us on Facebook, the Sheriff's Office or Office of Emergency Services. We do a pretty good job keeping that up to date when we have events going on. So that's what I have. I'll turn it back over to Sheriff Martin for any comments he may have.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Polich. So hopefully it's kind of just a real overview of where we're at, or what we're looking at with our next contract. And hopefully this explains why you've seen some of the changes that have occurred over the years, from really pushing out a whole bunch of NIXL notifications to maybe only during really important events right now. As Lieutenant Polich said, we really encourage people to sign up for that LACO alerts, get that Everbridge app on their phone. I know that's not a good fit for everybody. Not everybody has the technological wherewithal to do that. Sometimes I struggle myself with some of those things. But one thing that we're very successful at doing in our community is sharing this information as it comes out on social media. We want to make sure that we have this available to us. So, the reduction in services or the reduction in the amount of messages that we put out certainly isn't indicative of, us not wanting to. It's really trying to be responsible by taking those measures by geofencing, to make sure we don't go over our allocations or incur too much costs, and hopefully try to prevent measures such as this one from either coming about or from getting too onerous even to support. So to put some of that in perspective, Lieutenant Polich and I were talking earlier today, one NIXL message put out takes enough credits to cost about $1,000 if we go over our limit. And so when we put out a message for an event, I know a lot of time there's a request for a subsequent message to go out. So you're looking at, if we have a message and then an update to that event, that's $2,000 to send these messages out after we hit our allocated amount. So we really want to make sure we save these messages for when the time comes around. You're probably not going to see a bunch of community messaging coming out on NIXL. We'll continue to use our LACO alerts. That remains free, and of course posting on our social media. One very important thing to remember is that our primary mission during times of emergency, when we have urgent information, is to get that information out that's important. We also want to encourage people to check other resources as well, other sources for ongoing updated information. We have very, very capable local news organizations here that generally pick up these stories and share them as well. And a lot of times they're able to get information out a whole lot quicker than we are as we focus on the task at hand. And with that, I hope that explains. I'm sure there'll be some questions about our use of NIXL and maybe this contract in general.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Martin, Lieutenant Polich. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Pyska?
So this cost is the third tier cost, is that correct? And how much more is the next tier up?
I don't have that in front of me. Basically, the tiers are based on population, so we fall into the third tier based on the population of our county.
Oh, okay.
We picked this tier because it's equals about, we use Homeland Security grant funding for this, and this tier is most closely aligned with the amount of funding that's allocated under that grant.
Supervisor Simon, I saw that you unmuted. Did you have a question before I go to Supervisor Scott?
No, go to Supervisor Scott, and then I'll go after her. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. Just want to thank Sheriff Martin for bringing this to the public's attention to make them aware that, why we are not sending out as many NIXLs and that it costs us money. So just thank you for bringing this forward.
Okay. Sheriff, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the open, discussion today. Especially with the yearly events, I appreciate the history of it. What we started, it was the big push to get everybody signed up for NIXL after the Valley Fire, and I thought our communities did a good job of that. Not only signing up for ours here locally, but people signed up for Napa, Sonoma, all the other NIXLs. And I would like to have a discussion with the board if we could increase the contract amount that we're talking about today. Not everyone's going to change over to the other formats that we have, and I really appreciate your department being fiscally looking at it from the fiscal standpoint on the grant opportunities. But I know last year for the fires, the Atlas fire, the LNU fire, all the fires were happening on South County. I know they were coming from Napa County and so into towards Lake County and making its way here. And I know a lot of folks in the questions I was being asked is they appreciated the Facebook posts, they appreciated those things, but they were really looking for those nixles, the nixle reports that were coming out from the other counties and weren't seeing much from our side, and clearly understood the conversation we're having today. It's, a budget issue. What I would like to do is propose that the board today, talk about allocating some more funds. So during this transition to the other alert system that the state may be going to, that this fire season, that we support, just some more nixle communications with our local residents. They really do read up on that. Like I said, last year, a lot of those questions that I got from our local folks is they appreciated the Facebook and the YouTube and all that stuff, but nixle is what they've been trained to kind of look at, and they were continually getting those from other counties. So I would like to ask the board, I appreciate the $18,000 that's there today, but I would like to see it, if not doubled or up in the $40,000 range in allocation more. And that might put more work on you. We can have that discussion, but I would like us to support from a budget point from the board that we support that. I don't know if anyone else will have, will move with me on that, but I would really like to see that while we're making a transition. Always looking at saving costs, but during the time of these disasters, I know that communication in the public is important, so they're not calling you or calling supervisors trying to get more information because they say, their platform that they like isn't there. I would just like to have that conversation about more funding coming from the board to support this contract to the Sheriff's Department.
And so if I may, just as a possibility of doing what you're offering is, and I'm going to ask Ms. Grant if that's appropriate, is to say that you would say that you approve of the agreement and the amount of with a maximum amount of $40,000 up to. Would that be the appropriate way to do this with what we have in front of us, Ms. Grant?
Mr. Chair, I was just looking at the agreement. I think you'd have to talk to the sheriff. This is the 18,000 appears to be predicated upon very specific line item costs. So he'd have to look at that to see whether he could adjust it. Otherwise, you'd just be increasing it at this point with no specific purpose. And if that was the case, then you might want to bring a supplementary item back next week or the week after to discuss about that expansion. It's not that you can't do it. You might not be able to do it with just a quick fix to this contract. The sheriff's office people would be able to give you more information on that.
Right, and I'm thinking that if we did do it that way, that the $40,000 would at least cover the $1,000 extras, which covers the $500,000. Which actually, when you do the math, 1,000 is obviously the 18,000. You're paying for the service, basic service, and then the credits, because the credits for the 18,000 don't match the number of credits that you would get if you spent another 18,000, which would be about 9 million credits, not 2.5 million.
If there's a way to delineate that in the existing contract and augment it, then that's certainly acceptable.
I think the question just becomes the funding source. As I said, this is paid for by way of Homeland Security grant funds. It comes from the governing body of the Homeland Security grant, and this is what they've allocated out of that. So if we're going to request that the contract be increased, we'll need to identify the funding source for the increased costs.
Okay, and I see Ms. Hutchinson just came on.
Yeah, speaking for the administrative office, I would be happy to work with the sheriff to identify a funding source, but admittedly, we would need to come up with a better estimate of how much more funding to put forward in order to get more messaging. And so the recommendation may be for today is to go ahead and approve it as is, but to task us with working together to come back with an amendment or new agreement that expands the number of messages we can have.
Okay, appreciate that. Supervisor Pyska?
So in the disaster preparedness events that I've been a part of, we've always encouraged people to sign up for Lake Co alerts, and I think we should just continue to do that and explain to people that this is probably a better alternative for our county. But in the meantime, I do agree that we should look at increasing this. We're in the process of adding new sirens to our county too. There's several fire departments that are looking at adding sirens. We're going to be having a presentation before our board in a few weeks here. And that's going to require more Nixle alerts too, to warn the community of when those siren testings happen. That's going to be monthly. And, you know, additionally, it's a benefit to let people know when there's significant road closures as well. I know during the storms here, when Bottle Rock Road was closed, there weren't really any notifications that went out, and so people were calling me all the time. So I think if we're talking about expanding the usage, we could include not every road construction project, but if there's a serious road closure, we could add that as well.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments from the board or questions?
Mr. Chair, I do have, just one more comment. When we talk about potentially a source of funds, I really go back and think about, our PG&E funds that came in on a settlement. We put that in disaster recovery. I think is what that is for. Just a suggestion that might be an opportunity to look at, but I'm not on that committee. And ultimately, I know Carol and admin will come back with this, but I do believe that right now, like I said, the Lake Co alerts I think is good, but the Nixle that we've trained them on, just the public is, creatures of habit and looking for that information. People get ingrained in that, and I just think it's a good conversation to have. So I do appreciate today, Sheriff Martin and Officer Pollich, that we're having this conversation in open forum, so folks really understand the challenges you guys are working under, but also making sure that we as a board are supporting you on what you need to do during this transition. So thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. I think there's multiple funds that could potentially be used for this. My question is, do you have a written policy on when you use Nixle, when you use Lake Co alerts, depending on the severity of the issue? Is there a policy so that if you're by chance on vacation, that gets followed similarly by others in charge?
We do have a policy. All our policies are available on our website. They're not specific to the trademark platform names or those things, but it really has to go with mass notifications.
Okay. And the reason I ask, and this is from a long time ago, and things have been updated since then, but I think it was the Valley Fire where it was like 12:45 p.m. I get a Nixle alert. I'm thinking it's an emergency, and it says Highway 29 is now open back over to Napa. And I was like, I woke up for this. So I just want to make sure that we use Lake Co alerts for non-life-threatening stuff and that we use Nixle for life-threatening stuff, because I think that makes the most sense, especially since one is going to be expensive over the other. Does the alerts come through, I'm sure we've all gotten those Amber alerts where your phone yells at you, whether you have it on silence or not. Does it come through that way when it's a life-threatening alert, or does it just buzz if you have it on vibrate?
So what you're describing is what's called a wireless emergency alert, and that's through the IPAWS system, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System that's run through FEMA. They administer that system. However, it's delivered through messaging platforms like Nixle or Code Red or Everbridge. And those, they're basically forced through your phone because of the urgent nature of their message. We don't use those except in certain defined situations. We can't use them for road closures. We couldn't use them for, an Amber Alert, not simply for any missing child. It has to meet certain criteria for Amber Alerts or any other natural disasters, fires, those types of things. So, those get pushed through. One thing we didn't touch on is those use no credits under the system. So we're really not talking about limiting our ability to do that. So if there was a mass evacuation that was required by way of a fire, we'd certainly send a WIA out. We would not send the WIA out in the event of repopulation. That's wouldn't be an authorized use of that. So some of those messages that we did send out when we didn't have the capabilities for the wireless emergency alerts back in the Valley Fire, that we would be sending out in future events, won't necessarily trigger the use of some of these credits, but it's more along the lines of the follow-up messaging and the community messaging surrounding these events. One other thing to keep in mind is that when you sign up for Nixle, if you sign up for sometimes multiple agencies will have access to subscribers. You signed up by zip code. For example, in the city of Clear Lake, if you sign up with the zip code 95422 and the city of Clear Lake sends out a message, you're going to be subject to whatever they decide their messaging is. Or 95453 in Lakeport, you might get the Sheriff's Department and Lakeport PD. So just keep that in mind. That if you get a Nixle and it's not necessarily from the Sheriff's Office, it's not always my doing or my deputy's doing. So I appreciate the board looking at this. Yeah, it's I don't think we're going to have any problem getting the company to agree to a contract amendment that provides them more money, and it really doesn't require a whole much more work on our part as far as the contract amendment. I think just the important thing is identify the funding source for this.
Okay. No, I appreciate the level of detail you just provided. I think that capability to make your phone scream at you when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you really need to be alerted is important. And the fact that we can do that through this system is good. The fact that we've been able to do that through this system is good. And I think we need to continue that. I get it that we can't prohibit people from the outside from connecting to the system, but we should not degrade the safety systems for our communities because others can have access to it. It's a little bit of a cost, but I think that we can afford this, and I'm absolutely on board to looking at expanding this service. We need to make sure people are aware of what's going on when they need to know what's going on. We keep counting the number of emergencies we go through. That's how important that is, and so it's not going to decrease in the future. Most likely, we'll keep going in the future. So, all in favor. Any more comments or questions from the board before I open it up for the public? All right, and Jake, if we can please open up the Zoom room for any comments or questions about the Evergreen System Agreement.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, looks like we don't have any public comment on this item. Bringing it back to the board, any comments or questions? So I just had one more question real quick. I looked down on my list of folks that are in the room with us, and I see Director De Leon, who is in charge of roads, and especially if it comes to road closures, he would know about some of these things depending on what the reasons are. Does other departments have access to do like Lakeco alerts, or is that only through your department? How would that work?
That's only through my department. Historically, it's just been through the sheriff's office. We're the original account holder with the company. I also have concerns about opening this up to too many people. One, for the amount of usage you can get, and two, we certainly wouldn't want something accidental to happen like happened in Hawaii a couple years ago. So we really want to try to maintain a little bit of control over this. Not that
there are no missiles coming this way.
I don't think Scott would do that, but we've taken requests from other entities and put messaging out over the years. And again, it hasn't happened as much with with it going from a completely free. We were using this thing like crazy when it was free.
Right.
So we're happy to share messaging on some of our other platforms that don't necessarily have a cost. But yeah, we're gonna probably hold on to it a little bit longer at least.
Okay. And so looking for the board to take action, and it sounds, do we have consensus to have Sheriff Martin meet with our admin team to go ahead and come back with a extended proposal?
Yes.
Getting some thumbs up. Okay, so that's that. And then looking for action on this specific item before us.
So I just want to make sure, so it's going to come back. I'm ready to make the motion. Obviously support this contract, but would like to see that increase. So just want to make sure we had 5 saying yes. So follow up on that. So I'll make the motion to approve the Everbridge Mass Notification Use Agreement in the amount of $18,207.95 from March 20th, 2021 to March 19th, 2022. and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we can please get a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Martin. Lieutenant Pollock, thank you very much for your presentations, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in the near future for that future agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That takes care of all of our timed items. Let's go ahead and continue on with 7.2. A, consideration of a review of resolution number 2021-11 authorizing temporary reduction of in-person delivery of county services to the public due to COVID-19 pandemic conditions. And B, consideration of resolution amending resolution number 2021-11 authorizing temporary reduction of in-person delivery of county services to the public due to COVID-19 pandemic conditions. So I asked for admin to bring this back. Usually we have a 30-day process to bring it back and review. I didn't feel it made sense that we had a trigger for when we reopen our chambers, but no trigger for when we reopen our offices. And rather than making it just a random mood swing that we decide that one day we just want to reopen up, let's have a real reason or trigger as to why we're going to reopen. So it seems to me that the best way, and what I would assume would be approved by the board, is to match that same trigger that we have for reopening the public chambers, which would be us going into red. So wanted to bring this to you and have that discussion rather than leaving it out for 30 days and again, possibly changing our minds on a whim. And Ms. Hutchinson, go for it.
And so, Mr. Chair, based on your request that we put this on the agenda, staff drafted a resolution that would amend the original resolution that gave department heads authority to reduce the in-person public services being provided in-person contacts. And what the amended resolution would clarify is that department heads have that authority anytime Lake County is in the purple tier status, according to the state blueprint for a safer economy. But should we improve and go to red or even better, as hopefully we will before long, this would no longer apply. And department heads would be expected to begin transitioning back to more customary in-person service.
Okay, thank you for that. I will say that while I did bring this item, I was a little uneasy with number one, saying that we would go back to being closed if we go from red back to purple. I'm more in the comfort zone of we need to find a way to stay open. We can't keep asking our businesses to open and close. I think in the future, this tier program does not work and function properly or appropriately for a consistent and predictable economy. We need to be safe. And I would like us to look at what are the safety guidelines that would be enhanced, not the closures that would be enhanced. We have to remain open. And so number one, in my opinion, is a conversation to be had. But also, I want to make a statement that I've received a lot of comments from constituents that it is very difficult to access some of our departments. I'm not going to name any specific departments, but the idea was to create a safety platform for our staff and the public, but also to continue the interactions over email, over Zoom, and over telephone. And the fact that I'm receiving that many comments from constituents of the difficulties of being able to move forward on any of the services they're looking to get from the county shows that we are having difficulty to make sure that we continue those interactions in an efficient manner. And I am looking to say that we need to do our best to continue that. I know it's when you don't have a person in front of you, it's easy to let emails slide and oops, we forgot, but we need to make sure that we do our best and due diligence to continue the interaction as best as possible because from a public perspective, it can get absolutely frustrating if you're trying to get something done and you're not able to resolve any of the problems that you're trying to get resolved. So I just wanted to make those statements as well. So opening it up for discussion. Supervisor Pyska?
I agree that it makes sense to tie this to what we're doing with the boardroom and to have triggers in place. I am concerned about services being provided. I've also received some complaints, and so it's imperative that we remember that our job is to provide these services without exception. So they need to make that needs to be the priority going forward.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to tie this to a trigger. And I don't disagree with you on a lot of what was stated, but at the same time, I do know that there were prevalent issues with getting through to different departments beforehand because of staffing issues and other things. Another thing to add is when a lot of these decisions were made, we've never been on the brink of a pandemic the way we have now. And so I think things are starting to kind of mellow out, hopefully, in regards to the vaccines and the testing and all of that coming to a better organized procedure. And so I like where we're going with this because it also gives us the chance to have this tiered system kind of relate to just the decision rather than coming back and opening possibly conflict. Maybe a group of constituents may be upset, come in. This kind of gives us an opportunity to kind of eliminate some of that conflict that's not really needed at times. And so I really like the idea of doing this, but I just wanted to highlight that there were standing issues in hand prior to a lot of this as well. And so I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Scott, I saw your hand go up.
Just that I agree that we need to have some sort of trigger so the public knows what to be looking for. And I definitely agree with you, Supervisor Crandall, that we had issues before we closed down, but we need to be looking at ways that we can serve the public. And if department heads are struggling with that, I think they need to reach out to us and figure out what we can do as a board to help them provide those services, because we need to continue serving our public. And I also have been receiving a lot of phone calls for that.
Any further comments? Supervisor Scott?
Yeah, definitely agree with, we had this discussion last week about tying it to the tiered system as we reopen. We need to do everything we can, as you said, with the protocols to make sure that they're in place so we can stay open, as we move forward and hopefully, like you said, make it through this pandemic. And it may be a while, but we need to continue that. Really supporting our staff, obviously, in protecting them and also the community, as you said, is very important. And it is clear we are here to serve the public, and we need to find a way to bridge that big gap in the best way we can, because we don't want to be put in a position where the only option is to open up because, we keep, being pushed in that direction. We want to work together with our department heads, serve the public, keep everybody as safe as possible. So appreciate you bringing this to the board so we could amend this to tie to the tiers, and hopefully we're moving through those kind of in the time frame we had already set in the past to be open, hopefully by the end of March. Is it's knock on wood that those things are going to happen and that we're going to keep moving in a positive direction in Lake County. So it's time, and I appreciate the conversation.
Okay. I have a question for the board because I brought it up, but it wasn't discussed any further, just to see if it's something that we just drop here. Do you think that taking out the going back into purple that we close again is okay to get rid of that, or do you want to keep that? Supervisor Pyska?
Well, I mean, we don't know the future of the tier system and if that's going to be around, but it is a tool that we have now. And if we start going into a place where we were over Christmas and earlier this winter, then I think we need to have the ability to be flexible and expand and contract as our community experiences the virus.
Okay. Any other comments on that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that also. Hopefully it's not needed, but I definitely think that we need to be able to move back and forth if that happens. Hopefully, with the numbers we've been provided and the vaccine rollout, that we won't reach those levels again. But I think it should be included still.
Okay.
I agree with that statement, and also, we need to be, continuing to watch the state, and if they change their system, that we'll have to bring this back and change ours also.
Right, and I think that's a similar situation for our public chamber as well, that if the tier system changes, then we discuss how that fits into that whole thing. Okay, then we will move on. If there's no further comments, I will open it up to the public. All right, Jake, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room for further discussion on item 7.2, I believe.
All right, I've sent a Zoom request out to the floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Melissa Fulton, CEO of the Lake County Chamber. This is a painful discussion to listen to, and I appreciate the dedication of all of our supervisors and our county department heads. And I say it's painful because there is no way, at least I don't believe there is a way, that we can estimate what this lack of access of the public to county departments is costing us in terms of the economic development of this county. We are all aware that we must be extremely sensitive to the pandemic and the restrictions it has placed upon us. But when I look at the Planning Commission agendas, I'm not seeing much coming forth. And that's not to throw stones at the CDD or the Planning Commission. That is merely the fact that I question how many projects do we have in the pipeline that cannot move forward because of lack of access to county departments, such as special districts for permits and all of the others. I don't know that there's a way to get a handle on that or put a number on it, but I'm personally very concerned about this lack of access as it relates to our business community and our residents who need that access. So I just felt the need. That's my personal comment. But there is a concern, and I hear comments from your constituents on a continuing basis about this, closing of offices, lack of access, all of the above. So hopefully you will feel comfortable moving forward and granting that access as soon as possible, which I think is your intent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. And I see Director De Leon came on, and since we were speaking about community development, I'm sure he has something to say.
Well, with all due respect, there isn't one project that isn't moving forward due to the offices being closed to the public. And I inherited a department that frankly was in trouble. We are bringing a number of projects to the Planning Commission. I think we have 6 on the meeting in March, and we're striving to hit a number of projects to the Planning Commission, big numbers of projects to them, because we frankly had to retool everything that's going on in this department. When the board closed the department to the public, it was out of safety for our employees, and I agree with that. And we have done nothing but try to invent ways to continue doing business. You can come to my office, you can come up to the 3rd floor, and you can do any kind of business you want to do. You can do building, planning, code enforcement. If you're capable of doing stuff on the computer, you can access us through email. You can email us your applications. We have lots and lots of ways for you to do business with the Community Development Department. And is it different? Yes. Is it a change from the way people used to do things? Yes. Is it, are we closed? No. So for those folks who are your constituents who are complaining about the department, I would ask them, have you come to the third floor? Have you emailed the third floor? Have you called the third floor? And if so, you let me know, and I will make sure that their concerns are addressed. But we are not closed, and we are doing everything that we can to get the backlog of permits and permit applications completed. And we're doing it with a just a very small number of staff, and you know, we're really doing some fine work up here compared, frankly, to the way it used to get done up here, and we're getting better. And I wasn't going to say anything, but it just, you know, I'm gonna stand up for the department here because they deserve it, and they've been working their butts off. And is it the best thing that we can do? No, but we're getting better, and we will gladly work with whoever has issues or concerns or problems. So thank you.
Appreciate your comments. I do know that part of the problem is just the difference in the interaction, where it's a little easier to appease frustration when you can see somebody versus not. And so even if the timeline might be similar, just the fact that not getting a response to an email could create that frustration for some folks. And so it makes it more difficult for our staff to be closed. Absolutely. It makes it that much more difficult because the expectation is to have the same thing. And I think that also I'm at fault for this too. Sometimes I'll send an email and then I'll think of something else and I'll send another email. If you do a phone call or if you go in person, you don't really, you typically can finish off your conversations, and sometimes we fire off more emails, and that creates more work to have to respond to each individual one. Definitely at fault for that, and I've been called out, and I'm trying to do things better than to just continuously send questions one after the other. So I think it's both a change for our staff and change for the public. I hope that we can just end up going back to a little bit more normalcy, because I think it will help everybody to do so. And maybe it's also part of the solution is our software packages. Are they online or remote access friendly? And I don't think that we have all of that capability available to us. For instance, the public computers over in the assessor's office. Is all of that information available outside of walking into our office and looking those things up? And so I think those are things that we as a board could be looking at to help with the perception that the information and the service is still readily available. It's not just the person-to-person interaction. It's also the accessibility to some of the stuff that we have. Let's go ahead and continue on. Ms. Fulton, I'm going to ask if there's more public comments. I'll come back to you once we're done with everyone else. Let's go ahead and Jake and put out another unmute for everybody in the Zoom room and see if we have any further public comment on this item.
All right, I sent out an additional unmute request for this item.
Okay, Ms. Fulton, let's give you one more minute. I think you took all 3 of your minutes earlier.
Very quickly, I do want to thank Scott for his information because what he provided gives me a lot of ammunition and information I can convey when I'm getting these comments. So that is much appreciated, as is the information about what's coming forward in March. I know that he has a skeleton crew, and we all know that, and I remind people of that all the time. So I know how hard he has worked and his team has worked, his revolving team, since it does seem to ebb and flow. So thank you, and no disrespect to anyone intended, just really appreciate that information. And I too limit my emails to Scott because I don't think he needs any more than he already gets. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just one last point. Thank you, Melissa. One last point. We have over 300 permits in this department right now that are active, that we are working on. I've got 6 planners. And we're recruiting. We're working very hard to get people in. The staff is just really working hard to try to get these projects out. So I'm not making excuses. I'm sharing that with all of you to give a perspective of the workload that's up here. And they're doing amazing work, and we're going to continue to do that. We've got some folks that we've offered positions to that hopefully they're going to accept, and they're going to be wonderful additions to the team. The folks up here are really coming together, and we're excited about the future. So apologize for the inconvenience. You mentioned emails. I just checked mine. I have over 40 emails this morning, and I've deleted at least that many from sales and other non-work related or their sales pitches and invites to seminars and things. I've deleted at least that many, and I still have 40 this morning, and those are all things that require a response. So I'm not unique. Everybody up here is getting the same number of contacts. So it's a real challenge. And again, I'm not making excuses. I just need to put things in perspective so that people understand, why you don't get an immediate email response, because there's 40 others in front of you. So, we're doing the best we can, but we're going to continue to work at it. And Melissa, if you ever have a question about where we're going with CDD, you're always welcome to contact me. And I appreciate that you've been giving me a break, but I want to help you as well, because I need you to act as a buffer, and frankly, I need all the board members to help me with your constituents who are not happy with this. So we're doing the best we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Leon. Looks like we were done with public comment. Let's go back to the board. Any further, Supervisor Paiska?
Yeah, if there are constituents that continue to have difficulties reaching the departments or getting services provided, please reach out to us. I've been able to work with everybody that's reached out to me and connect them to the person that they needed to and get those services provided. So far, we have not had a failure on that. But I did want to say that I have had people reach out to me. But we've been able to work through it, and that's just, figuring out how to be creative during these times. And it goes back to us supporting our department heads.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I just wanted to highlight that. That's kind of what I was speaking of, is there were already kind of standing issues because of some of the things that took place we were struggling with when we got on as supervisors. changing departments, new employees, losing people, things like that. That's why we kind of already had some of those. That's what I was mentioning. And I do my best because I go to a lot of town halls because they have those same, comments and complaints and things of that nature. And I do my best to project out that the actual issues that are at hand, so that the constituents know that I do my best to buffer for the departments in that aspect. And so, I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Any further comments or?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I just, obviously, I agree with Melissa. Everything we've gone through in this pandemic is just so brand new and so challenging for us. I know we're working, supporting our department heads. I know is always on the top list of this board, but I just want to talk specifically about what's, in District 1, accomplishments that have been made in a positive manner throughout this pandemic. We are building we're going to be opening a new store here in South County. Grocery outlet will be coming sometime this late spring, early summer, most likely. We had a store, Hardester's Market, that burned down just before the pandemic started, was able to be opened during the pandemic, one of the, the early stages. So as far as each district, I know there's different projects and stuff, but I want to thank community development because they've kept moving forward, and we'll reap those benefits over the next couple of years on where we're going with a lot of these new projects and establishing a new industry, the cannabis industry, like every state, operation in the state of California. So I just want to commend them, and we'll continue supporting them in that manner and just get it right on the head. If there's a problem, please reach out to us. I know we can't, everything isn't the answer you want to hear, but I know we do a good job, and community development always steps up if there's an issue and at least outreaches to somebody to have the conversation to see if we can keep things moving forward. So I want to thank them and just make sure that there are a lot of positives that have happened for Lake County, especially in the unincorporated areas, more than we've seen in past years. So I'm happy for that.
Thank you, Supervisor. And so just want to make sure that we're back to the item, which is about reopening our in-person delivery of county services, looking to see if we have a action.
I will offer the resolution.
Okay, Johanna, if we can get a roll call, please. Resolution has been offered.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that conversation. Moving on to item 7.3, consideration of recruitment strategy for public health officer. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Denise Pomeroy is in the Zoom as well. She and I have conferred, and our recommendation for you in the recruitment strategy would be to make use of an executive recruiter. Director Pomeroy did use one in prior occasions when we were recruiting for a public health officer. The executive recruiter has a broader range of focus and has experience recruiting for these positions in particular. Just a couple of notes about the position. Since December 2017, which is just a little more than 3 years ago, we've had, we had the retirement of the long-term incumbent, and then we've had 3 new public health officers since then. So what we're going to be seeking is our 4th public health officer in a very short period of time. And it's always been a challenge for recruitment at this level, but likely even more so given the pandemic. As I'm sure you've read in the newspaper, there's been a fair amount of turnover in these positions in California. And so it will be a challenge, we think, to find the next public health officer for Lake County. And so our recommendation is to move forward with a contractual agreement, or at least to make that possible for the right candidate for your board. We'd like to get a little further down the road, though, with the finalist candidates for your consideration, and then have an open conversation with them about what the terms would need to be in order to land the right candidate for your board. Fortunately, Dr. Pace will be with us as an employee through April 16th. And then he has also indicated he would assist us under a short-term contract through the end of May if we need him to continue to do so. So the way recruitments at this level usually work is once we have the candidate pool developed, our office puts together a panel that will screen and interview the top applicants, and then bring forward a list of the top finalists for the consideration of your board. And then you would interview them in closed session and come back into open session to announce any decision that you have made.
Thank you very much. Anything from Director Pomeroy on this?
Hi, board. It's nice to see you all. I haven't seen you in a few months, so I'm glad to be back, even in a part-time capacity at the moment. But so yes, we have used a recruiter in the past. The recruiting company that we used has hired health officers and very hard to fill medical positions up and down the state. They have a very a sound resume. They're working on putting together 2 quotes for us. Actually, I'm hoping to have those quotes this week. Actually in the next few days. I did send them an email this morning to check in. The other position that I'm looking is the DON. And I know that's not on our topic today, but we've been trying to fill that position for about 15 months now with no success. So look for 2 agreements to be coming to your board. The last time we used them, they
Denise,
brought
I
us
would anticipate, Denise, excuse me, I don't anticipate returning to the board with the agreement, because the last time we used this recruiter, it was at a level we could approve as department heads. So
that is correct. Sorry. That is absolutely correct. Last time we used this recruiter, they brought us 9 good candidates, and we were able to recruit out of that list. They're very successful in the way they approach the candidates. They actually helped HR rewrite the entire job, not the job description, but the flyer that went out, so it has a more professional look. So I'm excited to get this moving as quickly as we can to get some candidates on board for your interview and decision.
Thank you very much, Director Pomeroy. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Pyska?
Just that we need to be aggressive in this search for a new public health officer. Am I getting that feedback?
It's not you. It's go for it.
Okay. It's a difficult time. It's a difficult position to fill, and we can be as assertive as possible and make ourselves look appealing.
We are appealing. Any other comment or question from the board? No? So
there's really no action, Mr. Chair, unless you want us to take a different approach.
I just want to bring up that I want all options on the table. I know that right now, if somebody is eligible for a public health officer, they have the supply and demand leverage card to ask for quite a large salary. I know you and I were discussing this, Ms. Hutchinson, about how in, I think it was Nevada County, they contracted with a full-timer for about $250,000 a year, or maybe not contracted, maybe they hired. And another county, maybe Tehama County it was, hired a part-time for $109,000. But I still want to be open to both the idea of salary and the idea of contract so that we can figure out what's going to be the best scenario for us to follow through with. So I agree with going with this professional service headhunter to find us some very qualified, eligible candidates. but I want to make sure that we are open for any way of getting those people on board. And looking at the board to see if that's agreeance rather than just me making statements.
You know, yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely in agreement. I know since I've been on the board, we've done it both ways, where we've done the direct contracting and the hiring. So, yeah, I think all things need to be on the table, especially in the environment that we're in now.
Right.
And with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I intended to talk with the recruiter about how to best word that on the recruitment flyer to show that our board has an openness to the structure, be it an employee or contractor.
Okay. And then I have a second question, and Ms. Grant, stop me if this is not relevant to this. But what's our plan B in case a headhunter doesn't have a candidate list because it's so difficult to find? I know we have a substitute public health officer ready to bat if Dr. Pace is taking time off. Is that our plan B? Because I believe as a county, we have to have somebody in that position. Yes, Ms. Hutchinson.
So I don't know if Anita wants to speak to Plan B, but I have some Plan B thoughts in mind. Anita, did you?
Well, I can tell you that because the item is consideration of recruitment strategy. Strategy is always to have a Plan B and maybe a Plan C. So it's well
the Plan C
of the item. But Carol, I think you're more than up to speed on this to speak to it.
And so Plan B would be, well, first of all, to use Dr. Pace a little bit longer if we must. And then if we're still striking out, you know, we do have 2 other doctors under contract for the Department of Public Health right now. One who is a backup and another who is supplementing some services. So we'd be reaching out to those folks. And then there are also other counties who are known to help each other out when in need. You probably remember that not long ago, we helped out another county that needed an ag commissioner and an air quality director. And this is how counties are with each other. And my counterpart in that county told me at the time, let me know if you need something in the future. So I don't have an immediate plan to contact that county, but we would be reaching out to other counties to see if we can piggyback on a short-term basis until we find someone.
Okay, perfect. I'm good with that.
And from the
go for it.
Yeah, and from the CHIAC side, you know, that's the way most of the counties do it. So I support that decision completely. Is they get a short-term, you know, couple of months, just oversight and signature authority while we continue with recruitment efforts.
Okay. And again, just looking at the board for, yes, to continue in that direction as well as Plan B. Okay. Seeing more than 3 shaking their heads, so that's good to go. Let's open it up to the public and see if there's any questions or comments. Jake, if you could please open up the Zoom room.
All right, I've sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
You guys see me okay?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah,
If you can give us your name, please.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Bruno. My name is Kitchen Thomas.
Okay, go for it.
I am in full support of your strategy of moving forward in seeking your future candidate for public health officer.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment from the Zoom room? Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments? This was only a report. It looks like we have direction to staff and doesn't look like we have any further comments. So thank you both, Ms. Hutchinson and Director Pomeroy, and we'll keep that discussion going. If you can just keep us up to date as to how that's moving forward. Okay. So it's 1 o'clock right now. I know that we have a couple public works items, a tax collector item, and then closed session. Does the board want to plow through and continue or take a 45-minute break? And also looking at staff, not just the board.
I'm good with whatever staff feels is best.
Can we take a break so I can discuss with staff, Mr. Chair, just a 5-minute break?
Okay. Let's go ahead and pop on some Jeopardy music and we'll be back in about 3 minutes. And Jake, if you have that music, that'd be great. I'm going to wait for Supervisors Simon and Crandall to come back on before restarting. All right, so everybody is back. I will announce to all board members and staff as well as the public, we are going to take a 41-minute lunch. We'll come back at 1:45. We have a long closed session today, so that's why we're going to go ahead and take a lunch rather than power through. And then we'll be back at 1:45 to finish up our open session, and then we'll go ahead and go to closed session. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'll meet back at 1:45.